Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
All right, we've got a verdict in Jensen. Just want to bring this up in the background here. Right there. There we go. Live out of the courtroom there. That's familiar, right? Those chains holding the plexiglass. We haven't seen that since we last had our spicy talk about pickles. But hopefully there will be none of that here. Yes, so we do have a verdict in Jensen. Hopefully we can get that before this trial starts. Otherwise we might miss a little bit of some of the cell phone talk. While we're doing that, we also have a new winner or a new loser, depending on how you view it. Richard on a globe comes in first, second, and third on chat, securing for all posterity his ownership of the internet today. Congratulations, Richard. I appreciate you stepping up to do that for us. Let's see here. We've got Kathy was here first, but she was waiting until someone else talks because she knows what internet ownership comes with. Richard, I think you're in good shape. The ISP has told me that they've fixed the problem. It brought down the entire neighborhood. I apologize for the hard stop there in the middle of the gripping cell phone testimony, but it got fixed here during lunch. I caught up on the feed as best I could. Kathy was like, let me help. It was blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I did listen to it. It's, I thought for a moment they had like a gotcha from the defense saying something. The phones couldn't have been in the same place at the same time, but I think that was addressed by the prosecution, and still it's still very possible that the phone was in airplane mode and with the screen off, didn't record anything until the text came in right as it was thrown or something like that. So that's interesting. Okay, let's see. So Kathy here, just Tom, everything. We're going to take this live just so we can get some audio going here. Oh, why are they playing music? Why would they play music? Okay, now I need a new feed. Okay, well that's fun. Let me fix this. The hold music would get me kicked off in a heartbeat. Okay. Well, we'll get Jensen on another feed here. Just one moment here. Let's bring it in on this guy. Yeah, they're still getting set, so we've got just a moment. Let's try TMJ4 instead, see if that's just a little bit better. Looks like they're doing some talking head stuff. Fox 6, they're the ones that have the music, right? Okay, Fox 6 doesn't have music. We're good there. Okay. Still no audio stream here. Let's try camera 3 again. And audio on. Why are they sending that music? Okay, we're gonna do 6 instead, because that's a good one. Okay. Sorry guys. Just trying to get everything sorted out. Does this look current for everybody else? The clothing that he's wearing there, does it look like this is what he should be wearing today? I don't think that's right. I think we need to take camera 3. That's this one. She's wearing the wrong clothes. Let's see. That was closing arguments. Let's try this again. Okay, I've got law and crimes pulled up as well. Okay, so we're good. We've got it. Nothing's happening yet. We're just sitting here on a holding pattern. Let's see. We don't have time for a roll call, unfortunately. Is everybody here? Yes. Okay. Great. Did just get caught up on the trial. Waiting for audio. I've got to mute it because it's some copyright stuff. Okay, that's the only feed I have that I show that is live. Is anyone seeing anything else? This is verdict is in for Fox 6 News Milwaukee. So that's the latest and greatest. And they're just sending music. What feed is everybody watching this on right now? It's been so long. Let me scroll down here, see if somebody says... maybe it's not copyright music. Just roll it, but mute it until judge arrives. I'm rolling it. It is muted, CG. That's what I've got. I'm going to keep this as long as possible. Based on the previous testimony, I'm just glad he's wearing clothes. That is the winning comment of the day, Matthew, for this case for sure. Let's see. I've got law and crime. They're just showing the. Let's see. Let me try a different feed one more time. Okay, now I've got law and crimes as well. That's law and crime. This is Fox 6. Everything's just sitting there. No audio on either one of them yet. Okay, we're good. I'll watch the audio meters here. But this audio is on. As soon as it comes through, we'll take it, and then we'll switch over to Fox 6. Is there a wait time before the verdict is read? Some courts do. They allow some time for people to show up. So they'll sometimes, but that is a nice sweater. You look at that guy, the photographer there. That is a sweet-looking sweater. Sorry about the distraction there, but you guys have to admit, as far as sweaters go, that is a good one. When did the jury go in to deliberate on Jensen? Yesterday they deliberated for about 2.5 hours, I believe, and then the judge sent him home. And verdict's in now, so the spiciness should be done. We're just waiting for the decision. He is the sweater guy. You want to do a quick poll? Anybody? Now that it's done, so they deliberated for 5 hours today. Sharon McDonald is here, like in the courtroom. I think the judge should be there any minute now. Verdict is in on Jensen. It came in after we started the live stream, or else I would change the title to show that. But yes, let's do a poll here really quickly. And I guess there are only 3 options, right? Because they have a verdict. Mark Jensen is going to be not guilty, guilty, and another option would be hung jury. But I doubt that one's the case because they said they reached a verdict, right? I'll leave it on there just in case. It won't be hung jury. Life without pickles. Man, he looks like he did not sleep at Holiday Inn last night. The prosecutor there. He looks like a Motel 6 sort of guy from that look on his face. Oh, the Scottish verdict. What was the Scottish verdict? How do you do that? someone educate me on this, on what my options should be. We'll redo the poll the Scottish way. The poll choices are guilty and jury is wrong. Not proven. So is not proven instead of it's guilty or not proven? Is that it? Let me just see which feed is a little bit further ahead. Usually law and crime's a little behind. And they are in this case. So let's see if the other camera still have a little bit of... I've got the sound down. I'm going to take this one. It's a little further ahead. It's got a little more saturation on the picture, so he looks like he's got a little bit of sunlight, but we know that didn't happen. Those jail lights just don't tan you like the sun does. I love the prosecutor's calm and kind voice, even when he's angry or frustrated. I'll need someone to text me the instructions for a Scottish poll, as far as unproven and everything. I haven't quite got my head around the different options. Not guilty or not proven, I'm throwing objects and screaming. Let's go ahead and close this existing poll out that we've got right here. I think you guys have had adequate time. I'll give you just a few more seconds here. Aiden's jury begins selection on February 6th, 8:30 a.m. You can watch the hearings in Discord. That'll be great. I think we'll try to follow a little bit with what's happening here. Let's end the poll. Get me some audio going, right? No. Okay, I'm gonna take law and crime, even though they're a little bit behind, just because I just don't trust the other guys are gonna give us audio when we need it. Okay, what is wrong here? Law and crime it is. Audio's on. I think we're just waiting for the mics to be turned on here. He wears headphones because he's hard of hearing. These are just an amplifier in the courtroom. Other people who are hard of hearing also in the courtroom are able to wear it as well. They have several pairs. Suspense is killing me. Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Nope. Still nada. Switching back and forth, waiting for somebody to have some audio, but nobody. So he's standing on Law and Crime, and he's sitting already on Fox.
Boys, Deputy District Attorney Carly.
Oh, we can't do that one. Fox has got their audio
Let's have
messed
the
up.
appearances one more time.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. The jury is in the courtroom, all 12 jurors who deliberated, and the 4 alternate jurors who did not deliberate. Sir, can you give it to the bailiff?
He's got the verdict right here. Sorry, we fixed the audio issue. That was my fault. Crank it up here. This is further ahead, so we don't have a delay.
State of Wisconsin versus Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314 verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Mark D. Jensen, guilty of intentional homicide of the first degree as charged in the information. Dated this first day of February 2023, signed by the foreperson. Does the defense wish to have the jury polled?
Yes.
All right.
You always do when he's
They
found
have
guilty.
numbers, so it'll be easier for me to poll the jury. Folks, I'm just going to ask you if this is your verdict, and I'll start out with number one. Juror number one, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Juror number two, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number three, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number four, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number five, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number six, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
I will go to the front. Juror number seven, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number eight, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number nine, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 10, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 11, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 12, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
All right, the
done.
record should reflect, I polled each individual juror. They all indicated this was their verdict.
It's to prove there's not a rogue foreman.
I'm going to excuse the jury for now. We'll talk a little bit of other housekeeping matters. Before you go, folks, all 16 of you, I don't know what to say. I might come in tomorrow and I might look to the right and I'll see you're not here. You have been wonderful. You showed up on time. We had short lunches.
I saw
We
that
had
too.
a lot
Uptown.
of witnesses. We had a lot of exhibits.
I think it's to make good eye
a lot
contact.
of videos. You were patient with us when we had to do our legal arguments.
You've seen a lot of
I really
pictures.
want to thank you on behalf of all the judges in the county for your service, and hopefully it's an experience that you can remember in the future. The other thing
Or
I want to
forget,
mention, you're
as the
free to
case may
talk to
be.
anybody that you want to about this case now, but you don't have to. The only caveat I will say, if you are going to talk to anybody, you might not want to say what other jurors said because they might want their conversation private. And the last thing I will say, it's my understanding on behalf of the media, they're going to have a press conference area if you wish to talk to them. So with that, we have to do some housekeeping matters. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day, okay? Thank you, folks.
All right, so basically he just goes back. I don't know as far as sentencing, if it's separate or because this was an appeal and he was found guilty, it just gets the old sentence again. I might need a legal expert to help me with that. I'm not as fluent in the rules when it comes to appeals. Lindsay, Jensen, the verdict just came in guilty. And the jury just barely got excused.
All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom. Is there a motion by the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state requests the court enter judgment in accordance with the verdict, and further, the state requests the court revoke the defendant's bond and remand him to the custody of the sheriff.
He didn't have a post bond.
All right,
but,
based upon the jury verdict, the defendant is found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
Judge, I do have a motion. I would ask the court to consider a judgment notwithstanding the verdict.
I understand your motion, but based upon the evidence that I heard of all the witnesses, the exhibits, I'm going to deny your motion right now. I think the jury has spoken and the court's going to honor it. Okay, for the record then, the court will enter judgment, first-degree intentional homicide for Mark D. Jensen. The record in the should reflect he is found guilty of that crime. I'm going to revoke his bond and set the matter for sentencing. Based upon Marcy's
Okay, so
law,
new
I
sentence.
think we have to have a sentencing date, and I'm going to order a pre-sentence investigation. It's my understanding the time that the Department of Probation is requesting on pre-sentences for in-custody people is 60 days.
Your Honor, I would say this. The state would request that the court simply set sentencing for tomorrow afternoon.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, well, that's the state's request. I don't see the
Not
need
gonna
for a
do that.
pre-sentence investigation report.
I've been here for 19 days.
He's like, I want the day off.
We have different responsibilities.
Sure, Judge.
So I'm going to order a pre-sentence, just like I do in any other jury conviction. set the matter for sentence. And if you're unavailable on the date, let me know.
What's the date you're going to set?
The clerk's going to give you the dates. Okay?
April 3rd, 2
I'm
p.m.
not a camel.
I ain't gone that entire week.
Okay.
That jury's gone the entire week. Why is the bailiff keeping notes here?
April 14th,
It's like, okay, April 14th. I don't want to work that day.
10 o'clock.
Don't want to work that day. Request this day off too. I'm not sure what he's doing there.
Good for the state?
April 14th works for us, Your Honor.
Bailiffs are ready to do their job right now.
Okay.
April 14th.
Anything else from the state?
What time?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
There's a lawsuit.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense? All right.
Oh no. When is Sarah Boone?
We
Is she
have
on the
everybody
14th?
sit while the defendant is taken out.
He's let out through the gallery. That's why they're doing that. They're asking everyone to stay seated, so there's no contact between the two. Okay, so the question about the appeals. He can do lots of appeals, a lot of appeals, but basically he can't appeal that same issue again. But if the judge made a mistake in this one, he can appeal that. There's like appeals everywhere.
I'm not a camel.
Sorry, Richard. I think we're done. I think let's go over to is it time to start on the other one? We're really close. We're just minutes away, I think, if we haven't started already. Give me just a second. Let me get everything pulled up here. Okay, so I think we're still looking at the wall down there in South Carolina. Goodbye, Mr. Hitchcock. You did a great job. Congratulations. Hugs all around. You deserve a break. You won this one twice. So, I mean, that's to the victor go the spoils. You get the day off. All right. He never posted bail. He didn't have the money. It was too high. It was a high bail. I don't know how much it was. So that trial we just watched the tail end of, that was Mark Jensen. There were too many to keep track of, Greg. You're right. We just wanted to catch that one just because the verdict came in today. The actual court testimony got really spicy in a way that's sort of like flirts with the YouTube terms of service type rules. So we had to bail on that one and pick up the Murdaugh trial instead. So we're here in the Murdaugh trial, and we did want to go back up and just see the ending, so we weren't left hanging. And look at that. Tish just came in with 5 gifted memberships. Let's see who was the winner here. Melissa Chalupa, Laura, congratulations, Laura. Lee Hetherington, Duke Delta, and Mel Mack. Congratulations. Tish just got you a membership for the month. I appreciate that, Tish. You're phenomenal. Great supporter of the channel. All right. So this one's live. Let me get my other ones live here now. Okay, camera 3 needs to be off. Okay, we'll get it all figured out. I can't talk and run the mouse on a little screen like that at the same time. Okay, there's the farm feed. Here's the other trial. Let's go live with this one. Okay, WGN is not live yet, so I think we're just waiting for the court to come back. We'll be good. And now we bail on law and crime as a safety failover. Ditto on the AJ request. What was the AJ request, Carol? Let me scroll up here. Can you do a recap of what happened in Murdaugh since your internet froze? You're asking the guy that had to watch it at 2 times speed what he gained from that during lunch while I was panicking. Let me see if I can do that. Just 1 second here. Okay. Basically, where it sort of dropped off and started buffering, we had the cell phone guy or the analyst who analyzed the cell phone data on the stand. He got to some cross-examination where they sort of got him to testify that the 2 phones were recording data differently, like it indicated they were not in the same place at the same time. That one was recording steps while the other one wasn't. And that it seemed like a big deal when I first heard it, but after the state did their redirect They said, hey, if this phone was the screen locked and was, in airplane mode type thing, that would explain why it didn't record things. So it didn't seem to be as big as it was on that. The defense, I will say, did a great job on a timeline. They got out the flip chart, right? They got the big whiteboard, the paper out that's all been wrinkled. I don't know who sat on it, but it's all wrinkled and crusty and stuff. But they went out there and they started spelling out things on the board in front of the jury. They're set up right in front of the juror's box and started going through and saying, okay, at this time, this happened. At this time, this happened, which is great because the jurors can't take notes. So this spells it out and makes sense for them. So hopefully the prosecution saw how effective that was, and maybe how much the jurors maybe appreciated or were paying attention to that, and will work that into their presentation from now going forward. Because I think that's key, especially when you have so many data points, which is what they are. They're timestamps with an event. Timestamp with an event. Our brains don't work like that normally. Some of us, they do. I know some of you out there that you love this stuff and it all makes sense. You just hear it and it clicks. But for most of us, we have to see the pieces as they come together, and so for that it was good. Did somebody just gift another membership that I just missed? I think somebody did. Yes, Richard gifted a membership, and it went to Kathy Randall. Congratulations, Kathy. And thank you on a globe. I appreciate that. In addition to your internet duties today, you've gifted membership as well. So thank you very much. Becky Lou Creation says, how do I become a member? If you're on an iPhone, it gets a little tricky because iOS doesn't play well with YouTube. You can go through Safari on some devices and do it that way. But you basically need to be able to find the join button. So if you have a laptop or something, that would work. Sarah Boone hasn't written a letter this week, not to me, unfortunately. Defense did a great job on the cross, the best so far. I agree. It was so good. It was really good. I don't think they really scored any points, but I liked the method of how they did it. And I think if they can do that, they'll connect better with the jury than the prosecution has been so far. Let's see. Yeah, Becky, I apologize. It's an Apple thing. I love iOS. I love Apple devices, but they don't play well with so many different things. They just work well in their own little bubble, which is what I need it to do. You were trying to read. I was trying to read the bleed through on the paper. So when he flipped the chart over and you're trying to read the backside to what he showed the jury. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. I will say he sort of had sloppy handwriting, which I counted against the defense. He was sort of in a hurry to write things down, it looks like. I think if they had a lawyer that had good handwriting, it's sort of like a doctor with good handwriting. The two don't, ne'er shall the two ever meet, I think. But if they had one with good handwriting, that would have been a little bit better. I would have given them like 5 stars instead of 4, but it was pretty good. Thal says, it was hilarious when the prosecution wanted to come in under the defense's evidence. It was like, why is it evidence and who cares who it comes under? Okay, so Thal, you're talking about they presented, I forget what it was. It was a thick stack of paper, right? It was a log, it was a report, it was something. And the defense grabs it from the prosecution table. And they're like, hey, that's ours type thing. They don't care, right? It's evidence. It doesn't mean they own it. But defense is like, well, I need to use it. And it hasn't been admitted yet. And the state's like, we object. And the judge is like, well, what's the objection? And the state's quiet for a while and was like, oh, we just think it needs to be admitted. It's like they were just mad that he took their thunder. They wanted to be able to present this at their time and say, boom, here's some evidence, admit it, type thing. And now it comes in with a defense stamp, and it's something they prepared. So I thought it was just a little funny that way. Doesn't make a difference evidence-wise who brought it in. I don't think the jury looks at something and says, oh, that's a defense exhibit. Must be look good for Mr. Murdaugh, type thing. I don't think so. But it was just funny the way it came through. Let's see. Gonna go sit with the new members. I hear they have cookies. That sounds awesome. I think you were going to comment on the Snapchat video. Oh yes, Snapchat video was interesting. I was hoping. Okay, first of all, I was hoping it was like high definition, like view everything completely in frame, no obscure anything. Everything was clear. Of course, it's not. It's never that. It was a film of a dog. Okay, and so you might have some hands and the dog in it. You definitely hear Paul's voice in it. You hear Maggie's voice in it, and I think you hear, and I heard Alex's voice in it, Well, he was like calling to Paul or something. I'll have to go back and hear it. I didn't get a chance to go back and listen, but definitely three distinct voices in that video, which puts him at the scene because the phone is inside the kennel filming a dog, and you hear Alex's voice. It didn't carry all the way from the house. So that is a problem for Alec because he says he was never there, and that puts him there. Now, are they going to have a story of who it could be? Someone else who has a voice who sounds just like him, who's calling out to Paul or something? Maybe, but I think that's a problem because if you start to whittle away at the credibility of Alex Murdaugh, then you start to question some of the other things he said, especially when it comes to his alibi that he's asserted. Let's see. That was a Snapchat video. I want to see it again tonight. Always on a go. Or always on a go. I added an extra go there, and that changes the meaning entirely. Sorry about that. I want to see it again tonight once they release it because they did not seal it. This is not under seal. And so we will get it this afternoon or tonight when the court releases all the exhibits from the day that aren't sealed. Yeah, it was too funny. It really was. Cachette patiently waited for RA to notice me. I see you there. I see you. I'm sorry. Mini Duck's here as well. That's a new name. I haven't seen that one. I'm not sure if you changed your name, but welcome if you're here for the first time. We're just waiting to get started, and it's going slowly here. I think they're late again, right? I thought it was supposed to be at 2:15 they were coming back. Maybe I heard wrong. I heard it on 2 times speed, so I could be wrong. Let's see. Abby says, welcome in, everyone. You found the best channel for true crime. Please take your seat and don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe too. All good things, Abby. All good things. I appreciate you doing that. Abby's one of our fantastic mods over there in the UK, as her name indicates. She's been with us since day one, which was, the middle of the Darrell Brooks trial. So thank you so much, Abby. You're great. It would not be the same here without you. Ann Vroom says, a state lawyer going through digital evidence witnesses making no gesture towards connecting with the jurors, no eye contact, not directing discussion, direction of the jury, all just lawyering 101. Yeah, we need a remedial class in some of these things. It could be anyone's voice, says Jenny. Yes, we've already heard Alex Murdaugh's voice in different situations. We've heard it calm, we've heard it stressed, we've heard it while he's crying. So we have these sample sounds that the jury will be able to hear and compare it to. And to me, it sounds very similar. They reached an antifreeze verdict. Cachette, it was quick. We actually watched it at the very beginning. We just barely came over from there. It was do you want me to spoil it for you? They reached a verdict already. That's how we opened the live stream. We started a little bit early. Ginger says, I haven't heard any evidence that's earth-shattering. So Ginger, he's still innocent, right? Unless proven guilty. See, I said it right that time. Lady Writer, could you see his face when the realization hit from Snapchat? I didn't see, in that moment, I didn't see it as much as I saw yesterday evening. There seemed to be a moment where he really became interested in details of the cell phone guy. And I'll have to go back and see what it was. I commented on it when it occurred, but I don't remember off the top of my head what the trigger was for him. But I think it was evidence that might go against him just a little bit. I hear Alex saying chicken after Paul says it, and get it off, turn it off. That's interesting, Ashley. I'm going to have to go back and watch it. I want to hear it without the courtroom sound system playing into the microphones. I want to hear just the plain video in HD high fidelity sound, just as it was recorded on Snapchat or whatever. Yes, they did find the antifreeze guy guilty. Mark Jensen is going to go back to jail. The sentencing though is going to happen, I think, on April 14th. So the judge says, I want a break from the trial for a while. The state had requested that they just go ahead and go straight to sentencing. And the defense has made the right move, as they should do. Anytime the jury comes back with a verdict of guilty, and they move for the judge basically to enter a verdict, notwithstanding what the jury has done. Basically, it's like a last-ditch effort to say, if the judge saw anything blatantly that didn't meet those standards, that he would then overrule the jury's verdict. Rarely happens, I think. I can't think of one that did. Maybe you guys can quote a couple, but Anna Free's case was very vulgar to say, says Christy. It was tough. There's a lot of pickle talk and pictures. Still blows me away what they showed on all these other YouTube channels. Would his other son be asked by the state to identify those voices? I don't know, Jennifer. If he's a hostile witness for the state, that might be, I don't know if they'd be willing to risk that. Risk him actually coming out and saying, I think it's...
Celebration for guilty verdict pickle fund. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face,
oh my
smiley
goodness.
face, collision, party face, party face, party face,
Collision,
party
collision.
face, party face, smiley face, smiley face,
Two more.
smiley face, smiley face.
Thank you, Anne, for the celebration for the guilty verdict and pickle fund. And I like the collision right there in the middle. That's wonderful. And Myra, thanks. You did a fabulous job with the internet this morning. Just know that it going down during my live stream was not your fault. My whole neighborhood went out. Probably somebody, cut down one of the telephone poles or something. Things like that happen in my neighborhood. But thank you for coming in with 5 gifted memberships as well. Let's see who the winners are there. Let's see. Janice Ashley, Amy. You know what? I think the next people who come in without a membership and have it turned on will win the remaining 3, because I only see 2 being given out so far. Maybe my chat hasn't updated yet. But thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, Myra. Where were we on the questions as we wait for the judge still to come back? Can the jury watch the trial video during deliberations? Please, thanks. Maisla, I don't know how to say your name correctly. Maisla. The trial video during deliberations, I would say no. They can have the transcript and all the evidence, or most of the evidence. It has to go through the judge. They have to ask and receive it. Okay, here we go. Judge is back here. What time did Alex leave Moselle?
Anything before the jury comes in.
9:06.
Bring them on.
I think. Bring them on. Bring on the jury. Has that light always been there for this judge? Am I just noticing it for the first time? Let's see. South Carolina has the death penalty. Why would this multiple murders not meet that charge? If it was a regular person, would they have just gone with life sentence like for Alex? Carol, I think that they did this because of the difficulty of proving that capital conviction. That's I don't know if they could. I don't know if they could prove it. It's already a circumstantial case. Maybe they went with the highest charge they thought they could prove in court, and so even though they believe that he might be guilty of that, the most they could prove is this one, because they are death penalty state. Tag is a member for 1 month. Congratulations on getting a new color change on your little icon. It looks great on you, Tag. It looks awesome. Thank you so much. Yes, I did see Jensen squirming a lot, both last night and today. Seems to be much more animated in his seat with some of this evidence. Carol, I'm going to try, depends on when they release the Snapchat. I've got a meeting tonight, but I'm going to try to maybe do something live tonight with that video, just so we can watch it, maybe slow it down in slow motion. I can throw it on my little slow motion wheel and listen to it really slow and try to dissect the voices a little bit. But we'll try that. We might have to do it in the morning instead. Where can we hear it later this evening? Are you talking about the Snapchat, Ree? It's going to the first place you're going to see it is probably going to be on a Facebook or a Twitter, as some of the bigger, like Brian Enton type folks will tweet links to it. You'll probably see the docket out there on Twitter with that as well. Law and Crime, I'm sure will post it. Kathy Russin, all the usual LawTube Twitter accounts will post it.
You may call your next witness. Yes, sir.
State of South Carolina, we're now called Dathan Murdaugh.
Dathan Murdaugh? Looks like a law enforcement guy from the Badges. Let's see. I or they? I still think it's they, Samantha. Many other people think it's I. So I'm not sure if it's as big a deal as we think. It is split. I think the enterprise judge had his mind made up weeks ago.
I do.
Michelle says, I heard the defendant tell Paul to get the chicken. The defendant, I may have heard it twice. We need to go listen again. We all need to listen to that again. I have a question. Your
name is Dathan Brian Varnadoe. Last name is Varnadoe.
I'm going to look at it, Eagles Pray.
Afternoon.
Dathan Varnadoe?
Yes, I go by Brian.
Okay. And your rank, sir?
I'm a sergeant.
Sergeant Varnadoe, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, please, about Brian Varnadoe, where you're from, your background?
What do you tell them about Brian, about yourself?
How you got in law enforcement?
I'm from right here in Walterboro, South Carolina. I started in the Department of Corrections in 1996. I worked in the Department of Corrections state prison system for 18 years, and now I've been here with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office almost 10.
Okay, and I know you kind of soft. You
going to crank the audio a bit.
Speak in there a little bit if you don't mind, sorry. So you worked in the prison system for how long?
18 years.
Okay. And then after that you came to Colleton?
Yes, I came to Colleton in 2013.
Okay, tell the folks what different areas have you worked in Colleton?
In the Sheriff's Office for about a year, I worked the road. Then in 2014, I went to investigations, primarily gang investigations, and I worked in that area until now present.
Tell them about your training in law enforcement. Y'all go through Criminal Justice Academy?
Criminal Justice Academy.
Periodic. Talk about it a little bit, please.
South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I believe at that time it was 11 weeks. It changes. I was there 11 weeks, and we go through the basic training for law enforcement through the legals, traffic stops, so forth. But and I also have training there in gang investigations. Also, they provide.
And are you married?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I have 2.
Does your wife work?
Yes.
Where does she work?
Works for the city of Walterboro.
City of Walterboro.
I've never heard those questions before.
Please take you back, Sergeant,
an officer.
to June, specifically June 7th of 2021.
Katrina, I unhit her. I saw it was a mistake. I already got her.
That day, please.
I worked in investigations during that time also. Of course, the night of this incident, I was off at that time. I was called in later.
And were you on call?
We
Did
somewhat
pretty much everybody get called in?
Yes, sir. All investigators got called in.
To that residence prior to where did you respond to, Sergeant?
The location on Moselle Road.
4147 Moselle Road?
That's right.
In Colleton County?
In Colleton County.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, when you were coming up to Moselle, well, first of all, do you remember what entrance, how you went in?
Yes, I went in by the dog kennels, that entrance. Not all the way down. I parked near the roadway and walked in.
Had you been to that residence prior to June 7th when you got there in 2021?
It had been some years when I was on the road. I responded to an alarm call out there one time.
Years prior to this?
Well, they have an alarm. No cameras, though.
Did you know where to go when you got there? I mean, what were you instructed to do? Do you know where to go on the property?
I was told that driveway where the dog kennels are. Don't come in where the brick columns are.
AG seems to be taking an active role there. There in the center behind the monitor on the prosecution table. That's the South Carolina Attorney General. Got a big exhibit they learned from the defense. It was upside down. I'll flip it for him. Yeah, it sounds like YouTube has some problems today with the lag. I think the thing that did it for me, Tar Healer, in the Jensen trial was the jail call. I mean, I know that was late. I didn't follow everything because of how spicy it was, but that's something that really it was too much for me. That put him over in my book.
Stage 303. Sergeant, I've never shown you this before, have I?
No.
Do you recognize this is an aerial view of Moselle and where you responded?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, without objection, 303.
No objection. It's admitted.
And you said you came in the second entrance?
Yes, you want to point to it?
Can you do that?
Right here. I parked somewhere in this area.
That's
and I walked the rest
that's
of
the
the way.
kennel entrance.
And Sergeant, you get out of your car and tell them what you did next.
When I got on scene, there was other emergency vehicles there. Other investigators had beat me there.
It was a race.
Pretty much I made contact with my supervisor and asked him what it needed me, what area he needed me in, what he needed me doing.
And who is your supervisor?
Captain Jason Chapman.
And what did he tell you or ask you to do or instruct you to do?
He instructed me to find Mr. Alex Murdaugh and take GSR of his hands, gunshot residue.
Prior to that, did you have an occasion, did you see the bodies of who we all know now are Paul and Maggie? Did you see their bodies?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get close to them or inspect them?
I didn't inspect them, maybe 10 feet maybe.
Okay. So you were able to see them from a distance,
Yes.
is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
So your captain had instructed that you find Alex Murdaugh and attempt to get a GSR kit, or to take GSR from him?
Administer a kit to, yes, sir.
All right, and I don't think there'll be any objection to this. Tell the folks what is a GSR?
Well, it stands for gunshot residue. The kit itself tests for gunshot residue on the hands is where it's administered to the hands of an individual.
At the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and maybe other places, are you trained in how to collect that from an individual?
Yes, we train in-house.
And
it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, pretty simple procedure.
That's right.
Had you taken GSR from a person prior to this?
Yes.
Okay. How many times? You got any idea?
20.
Now, when you got there, how far was the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, from where you were? Where was he? When you were told
Big
to go,
guilty check.
check his hands.
He was, at this time when I saw him, he was behind the yellow tape they had up the backside. It was an area between the sheds or the dog kennels and his home.
Okay. And after the captain had asked you to do that, what'd you do?
I went and got a kit and approached Mr. Murdaugh.
Had you ever seen Alex Murdaugh before that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know him before that night?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell us how you knew him?
I testified as an expert witness in one of his cases.
An expert witness?
Yes.
Is that the gang, which you said earlier you're back?
Yes, it had to do with a gang case.
Here comes a fire engine. Everyone's got this little smirk on their face. They're just like, we'll just all sit here as if nothing's happening.
What'd you testify to?
It was some terminology that was used in a phone call, and he wanted, in my area of expertise with gang lingo and gang slang, he wanted me to testify to a statement that was said on a phone call.
So you weren't involved in the actual case?
No.
Okay, so Mr. Defendant Alex Murdaugh asked you to come testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And was he sitting over here at the time at this table?
Yes.
I mean the prosecution table?
Prosecution table, yes.
In this courtroom?
It was here at Hampton, I'm not 100% sure.
In a courtroom?
Right.
Well, I'm curious, what were you called to testify about?
Like I said, it was some terminology used in a phone call.
We want to hear the terminology.
In this case.
What were you asked to testify the terminology? I'm just curious.
An individual was on the phone telling someone to go and get the whistle, and he wanted me to clarify what that term meant.
The whistle?
Yes.
What
he was referring to a firearm.
Okay, the whistle. So you were interpreting that a whistle meant a firearm?
Right.
Okay, and the inmate wanted somebody to do something with the whistle?
That's what I was told the phone call was about, yes.
Okay. Did you testify?
I did.
And when was that?
It's probably been 5, 6 years.
Okay. So on June 7th of 2021, when you saw the defendant, did he recognize you as far as you can tell?
Yes.
Okay. Did he recognize you as far as you could tell?
Yes.
Did he say your name?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say his name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how you went about to do your job?
I'm sorry, say again?
How'd you go about doing your job? What'd you do? What'd you say to him?
I approached him, I had the kit, and I went to Mr. Murdaugh and told him I had to administer this kit to his hands. He stated he understood the procedure, and just a few minutes, and I was out of his way.
And I do think not to do it. Your Honor, can he come down here?
Yes.
Please.
I'm going to try to remember that, Mela. I will try.
I'm going to show you what's been marked States 301. Do you recognize
Yes,
this
he was a prosecutor.
kit in general? Not,
Yes.
Okay. And did you look inside?
No, this one, no.
Okay, would you look inside?
What did he say?
You
You're
recognize
going to do it on me?
type of kit. Is this the type of kit you used on the defendant Alex Murdaugh on June 7th of 2021?
Actually, the type of kit I believe had 4 vials, but it's the same idea.
Well, they used to have 4, but now they have 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're on 301 without objection.
That's correct. No objection.
Submit it.
If you'd stay here, let's pull out 301 and just show the jury what you did. Some questions, Sarge.
Oh, we switched
okay?
I'm good.
recorders
Okay.
during the
What's
break.
the you do when you get ready to take a gunshot residue from somebody?
Well, I don't use I have my own gloves. I put on gloves before I administer this kit
Okay.
to the individual.
All right.
I explain to him what I'm doing and what it's for.
Keep your voice up, please.
Yes, sir. I explain to him what it's for and why I'm doing it.
Okay. And you looking at them?
Yes.
How far are you from them?
About you and I.
Okay. And this night, let's go back there right now to June 7th. Are you looking at Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all knew each other?
Yes.
Did you smell the alcohol on him?
No.
Okay. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything to you? Alcohol, drugs, anything else?
No.
Okay. Could he understand what Brian Varnadoe was asking to him as far as you knew? Did he understand your questions?
Yes, as far as I knew.
And could you understand his responses? Just talking?
Yes.
Okay. And were his answers to you timely?
Yes, they were.
Subject matter appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked him if you could take a gunshot residue, did he comply?
He complied.
And I believe there were just 2 used this time. They used to do 4.
Yep.
Can you show the jury how you do it specifically?
We're all experts in this now.
Pretty self-explanatory on here. It has the left hand, right hand.
You mind touching me and just do it on me like you did on him?
I can. Stop holding. Come on.
I don't think there's enough data. I mean, the phones are capable of recording that, but I don't think they record all that data.
What's that one marked on there?
It would just use so much
This is for
battery
left hand.
to have those sensors running full
Has
time.
a flat surface on the inside of the cap.
Seriously, he's blocking the view.
Touch all the fingers, thumb, put the hand over, back of the hand, and full extent of the fingers.
Okay.
Push the cap back
Then you
on.
place it back?
Yes, and you put it back inside the bag.
Okay.
And you move on to the next one.
All right.
Do the same thing with the other hand.
Same thing with the other hand?
Yes.
Go ahead and do it, please.
And now, run the tests and see if I come back positive. What's the point of this?
And so this whole time you're that close to him and you're doing that?
Yes.
Were his hands shaking?
Do not recall his hand shaking.
Now, after you do that, and I got a couple other questions, I'll let you sit down. I'll ask you if you don't mind.
Okay.
Do you, to be right where we are now, to tell them what we're doing, do you document it?
Yes.
Okay. And
Try to get a better view for you here.
I'm going to show you what's 300. Does this relate to what we're doing right now, Sergeant?
It does.
And you're on a 300 without objection?
No. It's admitted.
Now, Sergeant, does it say what time you just took that gunshot, potential gunshot residue evidence from the defendant?
Yes, it's right here at the bottom.
And did you fill this out?
I did.
You put your name at the top?
Yes.
Badge number?
Everything but this. This is not me.
Okay. And date of birth? It's got the suspect's name, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Right.
And his date of birth's what?
5/27/68.
Now, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know
No.
his date of birth. So
No.
did you have to ask him?
Yes.
Did he have any trouble telling you his date of birth?
No.
Okay. So you put that down when he told you. Subject is living, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll bring that out with SLED later, but you took the sample off a live individual?
Yes.
No question about it. All right. And you filled out the rest of the form, correct?
I did.
No gunshot wound?
No.
No, it says any debris or blood or subject, this is what the form says. Any debris or blood or subjects on the hand, and what'd you mark?
No.
So does that mean you had to look at his hands to mark no?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking at his hands, did you see any debris or blood on suspect's hands?
No, I did not.
And you looked at it?
Right.
Okay. How would you describe it?
Well, I recall his hand was clean.
And underneath here it says lawyer, Honey, the rest of it
Well,
said
ask
evidence.
some questions, yeah.
Okay, all right. And he signed it, correct?
No.
Okay, that's your signature. My bad, I couldn't see. Okay. One final question while I've got you up here. Did you observe what he was wearing? His shirt, his shorts,
I remember his shirt.
shoes?
I do not remember his shoes or his pants or what he had on. I do remember his shirt.
Okay. And can you describe the shirt?
It was a white T-shirt.
All right. Did it appear to have any blood on it from looking right here?
No, naked eye, I didn't see any.
Okay. Did it appear to be dirty?
No.
Okay. And is this also the chain of custody that you filled out for the GSR?
Yes.
Okay, and you turned it over, I believe, to Agent Worley?
That's Worley.
Okay. I believe 12 without objection. You can have a seat there. Thank you.
Admitted.
That chair is already uncomfortable, and with all the gear he's got on his belt, he has a sort of like perch on the edge of the chair because he's got radio and handcuffs and everything back there on his belt, so he can't really tuck himself back and get comfy. This is a prosecution, just Tom.
Now, if referring to states 300 again, down at the bottom, it's got date and time shooting occurred. It's got 6/7/21.
So the shooting occurred, yes.
Okay. And where'd you get that information from?
From the other people on scene.
Okay. And time, what time does it have by there?
I have 10 p.m.
And where'd you get that from? Do you know?
More likely it was my supervisor told me they're on scene.
That does seem like a problem for me. No freedom. That they didn't search his house for 3 months. They're doing gunshot residue on his hand on scene, and they're not searching the house. That seems like maybe preferential treatment. Yeah, she is talking instead of dictation. That's a microphone in there. It's sort of like the mask for a fighter pilot. It's got a microphone in there. No oxygen, I don't think. And a lot of this is going to be overlapping with existing evidence.
That's correct.
Sergeant Ryan, one of those individual that you collected the gunshot, performed the gunshot residue kit on, and the individual you described as his hands is clean to see in the courtroom.
Yes, he is.
Would you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen?
He has a gray blazer and white button-up shirt.
We like the record to reflect. That's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, cross-examination.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh,
The Honorable.
consented to you taking his GSR, correct?
Yes.
And he cooperated with you fully that night, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you had talked about a case that he had worked, and he was a prosecutor of a criminal drug case in this courthouse or maybe Hampton, but
Right.
right? And you worked on that case, not only with Richard Alexander Murdaugh, but his father, Randolph Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a drug prosecution of a defendant who was suspected to be involved in the Cowboys drug gang, is that correct?
He was an affiliate, yes.
And that
Cowboys
was a
drug gang.
dangerous outfit that a lot of folks were prosecuted, is that correct?
Basis for the objection.
Relevance.
No.
Could you ask the question again, please?
The Cowboys were known for being dangerous in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
So he's a good guy because he prosecuted the bad guys.
And in that case, I think you thought maybe 5 years, but it could have been sooner than that, 2 or 3 years ago?
It could have been. It's been some years. I'm not sure exactly what year it was.
Yes. Now, you were shown this aerial photograph, and this is
Thank
exhibit
you.
number.
Yes, it's being held without
303.
bond.
Have you been out to the property since?
This is the first exhibit we've really
since
seen.
the night on June the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this aerial photograph, you don't know what date this photograph was taken, do you?
I do not.
But you do know that this land here, frankly, right through there, were you aware that at one point in time, that area right there was used as a runway?
I did not know that.
Okay. But you do know that pine trees were planted all through here, correct? And
There are trees there, yes.
there's a stand of pine trees there that are not in this photograph. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. And the now the form, if I can find it, sir. The collection form asks, it says subject's full name, and the subject was Mr. Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you, I mean, was he cordial and respectful
Oh, yes.
to you?
Yes.
And have you been around him on multiple occasions, I take it, working on that case and perhaps other things?
A few times, yes.
And in your presence, has he always been respectful to law enforcement?
Yes.
Has always treated you with respect?
Yes.
Did he treat you with respect on the night of June the 7th?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you he understood that you had to do a job and take his gunshot residue off his hands, correct?
That's right.
And
I think you should
and
say
he was
test
shook
for
up,
gunshot
was he
residue, not take the
yes, he
gunshot
was shook up.
residue.
now you showed how the collection is done and how you put the stamp on the front and on the back. Did you do a thorough collection of Mr. Murdaugh's hands that night?
Yes.
And did you intentionally leave any part of his hand untested?
No.
And you did your level best to get every particle of GSR off his hands, according to using that equipment that you had. Is that right?
The way I was trained and taught, yes.
And were you aware that earlier in the night, after he called 911, that he went up to the house to get a shotgun and came back down? And when first responding deputy, I believe it was Green, came to the scene, that he seized that shotgun? Did you know that when you got
At that time, no.
You learned it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that gunshot residue can transfer from a gun onto a subject's hands, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you don't do any testing of gunshot residue, do you?
No.
That's done back at the SLED lab?
That's right.
Okay. And you didn't test any gunshot residue, well, I'll scratch that, I apologize. Did you collect any gunshot residue or attempt to collect any gunshot residue off any other part of Mr. Murdaugh's body?
No.
So you didn't try to take anything off his legs or?
No, the test is not for that.
Okay. Later in that evening, his clothes were collected for gunshot residue testing. Were you involved in that in any form or fashion?
No.
Deputy Varnadoe, I'm going to show you exhibit 59. I just want to ask you if 59 fairly and accurately depicts Paul Murdaugh as you saw him lying on the ground outside the feed room that night.
Yes.
Your Honor, I introduced defendants 59 into evidence under seal. I'm not going to publish it. We just need to get it in for the record without objection, I believe.
That's correct.
Submitted.
May I have the court's indulgence? That's all I have, Deputy. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. He was asking about that case you testified in. Alex Murdaugh, did he call you as an expert on how to interpret whistle from an inmate's phone call who was trying to hide a weapon?
That's what I understood it to be, yes.
Whistle.
I wasn't part of the actual investigation.
That's all, thank you.
Anything further?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Rogan Gibson.
Lena, this is live. This is as live as it gets. The inhaler speaker is the court reporter. Instead of typing, she just talks. It's a completely different skill set. I guess somewhat related, but you have to be able to talk while you're listening. And so she just speaks into that machine, and it records.
Spell your last name.
All right, who's this guy? I wasn't listening.
Rogan Gibson.
Rogan.
Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, how you doing today?
Good.
I asked the court reporter something. We'll give her a chance to catch up. You good? Mr. Gibson, I want you to introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Tell us, where you grew up, where you went to high school, just a little bit about yourself before we get to your testimony.
I went to Wade Hampton High School. I'm from Hampton.
All right.
That was a little bit.
And you working now?
I am.
All right. What field do you work in?
The agriculture field.
All right. Why don't you see if you can pull that mic up just a little bit and scoot up just a hair so you're speaking into it. I appreciate it. You said you're working in agriculture, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And currently still working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Back in June of 2021, what were you doing? Working in agriculture?
That's correct. Farming.
What kind of job did you have?
I was farming, operating equipment.
Operating equipment. Okay. And let me ask you: did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
All right. And tell me, how old were you when you got to know Paul Murdaugh?
I've known him all my life, real good, probably when I was 11, 12 years old.
And how did y'all get to meet one another? How did you become closer?
I lived next to him.
Okay. And when did that happen?
When I was 11, 12 years old.
11 to 12. Y'all went to school together?
Paul was a little bit younger than me, and I didn't go to school with him.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, what kind of things y'all like to do together?
We enjoyed the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around the farm.
Were you close friends with Paul until the day he was murdered?
I was.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul. Give them just a little sense of who he was as a person.
He loved the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around. Really enjoyed the farm out there at Moselle.
Fun guy to be around?
He was.
Did he leave boats everywhere?
Over the years, as you got to be closer friends with Paul, did you get to be closer friends with the rest of the family?
I was.
And was that just Paul and his brother and his parents, or was it sort of the Murdaughs, the larger family as well?
The whole family.
And over those years, as you became close with them, how close would you say? How close did you become?
Real close, like a second family.
Like a second family to you?
Yes, sir.
Paul, did you have a nickname for him, or did he have a nickname?
Rooster.
His brother Buster, did he have a name or a nickname?
Called him Bus.
Bus. What'd you call
I thought Buster
Maggie?
was the nickname.
Miss Maggie.
What did you call Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather?
Handsome.
Handsome. How about Miss Libby, his wife, Paul's grandmother?
M.
Yeah. How about Maggie's parents? Did you have nicknames for them?
I called him Papa T and Grandma.
Papa T and Grandma?
That's
like
correct.
M-A-R at the end?
That's correct.
What'd you call Alec?
Mr. Alec, or Big Red.
Mr. Alec or Big Red. You said they were like a second family to you.
That's correct.
Being that close to this family, did you frequently go out to Moselle?
All the time.
Did you ever go to, did they have other properties too that you ever went to?
He did.
What were the other properties they had? Now hold on for the sirens, if you would.
Okay, while they're waiting for the sirens, Karen, you were asking which one is the Attorney General. The Attorney General is just off the right-hand side of the middle screen.
There, the house
So he's
at
not
Esto Beach?
on the prosecutor's
And any other
bench.
properties while you were growing up that you recall?
The property in Hampton, the house in Hampton.
All right. Did they ultimately sell that property?
They did.
You remember about how long ago that was?
Not real sure.
When you would go out, when did they get Moselle? I mean, just roughly.
I believe it was like my freshman year in high school, so
2014, something like that?
this
No,
is
it
best
was,
friend.
I graduated in
Really-
14, so probably around
really good
2010
friend.
maybe.
Okay. And over the years, did you spend a lot of time out there?
I did.
What were some of the things that you would do with Paul out there?
We would hunt, fish, hang around.
Ride around the property?
We work the food plots, with equipment.
It's 69 degrees in court right now.
I got States 303 right here, this poster board. Can I ask you to come on down with the judge's permission, and let's kind of point out some things to the jury.
I think they're right next to a fire
You
station.
recognize this image?
That's why we hear so
What
many.
is that? Keep your voice up if you could.
That's a picture of the overview of the Moselle property.
Okay. And where's the residence in this picture?
Right here.
All right. And is there a driveway to that residence?
That would be the main driveway.
Do you see Moselle Road on this particular image? Going right down there? All right. What's this red roof building right there?
That's the old airplane hangar.
Okay. And did y'all have a name for that? Did you call it the hangar?
Yeah, the shed, the hangar.
The shed or the hangar? Any other structures out there?
That was the newer shed, the tractor shed. Dog kennel.
Okay.
And that's the skinning shed.
Skin and shed? And just real quick, what's the skin and shed for?
We just process wild game out there. Skinning wild game out there.
Was there a driveway to that part of the property?
There was.
Is that where it went right there?
What's that?
That's where it went right there that you just pointed?
Yeah, the driveway to the shed is right there.
Was that driveway commonly used?
It was.
Was there, what's the structure right here?
That's the old cabin, the hunting cabin.
Okay. And how about across the street? Was there any structures across the street?
There was.
All right. What was it there
There
across?
was a shooting house.
All right. And can you just point roughly where that be? It might, right at the top of the picture? Okay. All right. And what is this right here?
It's a pond.
All right. And when y'all were, what was the shooting house used for?
We were sighting rifles, shooting kind of at that angle. There was a target down here.
Would y'all shoot rifles from the shooting house?
We would.
What about shotguns? Would y'all shoot those over at that shooting area?
Yeah, most of the time we shot them around the pond.
Around the pond?
That's correct.
Okay. Is this a line of trees right here?
It is.
And on the other side of that line of trees, what did y'all call that?
The dove field.
The dove field? Okay. All right, you can go ahead and have a seat for me, thank you.
This guy knew the farm pretty well. Spent a lot of time there, I'm sure.
You mentioned that y'all like to ride the property and shoot and hunt out there. Is that right?
That's correct.
What
Body
kind of hunting would
language
y'all do
experts.
Anything we could hunt.
Okay.
What are you picking up off this
Well,
witness?
give me some examples, if you would, please.
Hog hunt, deer, turkeys,
Okay. Hog hunting, deer, and turkeys.
dove, quail.
Let me ask you this: turkey season. Do you know when that is in South Carolina?
It's like March, mid-March to early May.
Okay. All right. So it's a fairly short period of time in that time period.
That's correct.
You mentioned hogs first. Tell me about the hog hunting. How would y'all go hog hunting?
A lot of times we'd shoot them at night with a thermal scope.
Okay. And what weapon would y'all use to shoot those hogs with the thermal scope?
300 blackout.
Okay. And whose weapon was that?
I think it was Buster's.
Okay. Well, tell me about what you know about the blackouts. How the family got those blackouts.
They bought 2 of them, one for Paul and one for Buster.
Okay. And can you describe those two? Did you see both of them back in the day?
Yes, they were similar build. One was black, one was like a green tannish color.
Okay. And did anything ever happen to one of them?
Yes, one of them was stolen.
Okay. And were you present when that happened or around when that happened?
I wasn't present, I was just told about it.
All right. And what was the story you were told about that?
I was told somebody took it out of Paul's truck at a party.
At a party? Okay. How long ago was that?
I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, years?
Yes, it's been 5, 6 years probably.
Okay. All right, let me show you something real quick. I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence in States 163. I'm going to have you look at that image, and particularly what's there on that pool table. Do you recognize that?
That's a picture of a 300 blackout.
All right. And is that the one that you and Paul would take hog hunting?
Yes, that's one of them.
You said one got stolen. To your knowledge, was there ever a replacement gun?
I don't remember a replacement. No,
You
sir.
don't remember replacement. You remember Paul using the black one, is that right?
That's correct, or either the green and tan one before it was stolen.
Before it was stolen,
That's correct.
5 or 6 years ago.
Correct.
What other guns did Paul use a lot that he favored?
He favored a super black Eagle shotgun, 12 gauge.
All right. Let me show you another image if I could. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence in States 3 and see if you recognize that.
I think
I do.
Gordon doesn't like
Tell me
body
what that is.
body language.
Super black Eagle.
All right. And do you
analysis.
specifically recognize that gun?
Yes,
And what gun is that?
that's Paul's gun.
I find it interesting.
And how can you
I
tell?
realize it's not evidence,
The camo pattern and the strap.
but it's something we all pay attention to when we talk to somebody.
Would Paul frequently have weapons with him when he was on the property or in his truck or that sort of thing?
He would.
All right. What sort of weapons would he frequently have with him?
A lot of times he carried the 300 blackout in his vehicle, and then, sometimes pistols, different shotguns.
Okay.
But
It's like a rolling
Carry
armory.
that shotgun a lot as well?
yes, I have seen him carry that shotgun.
Everybody was on Verizon. They've got all this data.
We'll show you what's been frequently entered into evidence in States 4. And will you do me a favor? You see that box of gloves right there? Will you just put them on the floor behind you, just kind of out of the way? I'm going to have you look in here and see if you recognize that.
That's Super Black Eagle 3 of Paul's.
That's Paul's favorite shotgun?
That's correct.
I can see it's camo, but I can't see much else.
What about deer? Did he have a weapon he liked hunting deer with?
He did. It was a 7mm 08.
Okay. Did Paul ever have any pistols to your knowledge or carry around any pistols?
He did sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes. What were his favorite two guns? Or the most guns he most commonly had around?
Probably that 300 and Super Black Eagle. That's the ones I've seen him use the most.
Tell me about a little bit about the hog hunting. You said y'all would hunt them at night?
That's correct.
All right. And tell me how that works. What would y'all do? Y'all walking around? Y'all riding around? How does that go?
Most of the time we drove four-wheeler vehicle. We didn't hardly ever walk, but that scope, the thermal scope would pick up the heat.
Okay. And where on the property would y'all hunt?
All over.
The hogs you hunt all over?
That's correct.
When you and Paul were together hunting with that blackout, did you usually have the gun and shooting, or did Paul usually have the gun and shooting?
It just depends.
Who had the gun more?
Probably Paul.
One guy's driving, the other guy's looking?
That's correct.
Is that something y'all did frequently?
A good bit, yes, sir.
No.
If y'all ever killed a hog, what would y'all do with it?
Sometimes we would give it to people that wanted to butcher it. Sometimes we just let nature take its course, just leave it wherever it was shot at.
The coyotes
It just depends. Sometimes we'd skin them out ourselves.
Are hogs a nuisance animal?
They are.
We're talking a little bit about Paul and who he was. How was Paul with his cell phone?
He was on his cell phone a lot.
Let me ask you a little bit about Miss Maggie. You mentioned before that the family had a couple of properties.
Jesus
In the
sleep.
summertime, where did Miss Maggie prefer to stay?
She liked to stay at Edisto.
He's waking up.
Did you know why she preferred Edisto?
Because of the yellow flies at Moselle.
The yellow flies?
That's correct.
What about Paul and Alec? Where would they stay most of the time?
Well, Paul, if he was back home, he'd stay at Moselle. But a lot of times he was in Columbia or Charleston.
Did he have an apartment in Charleston?
Not to my knowledge in Charleston, no.
I'm sorry, in Columbia. I meant to
In
say.
Columbia, yes.
Okay, thank you. Back in June 7th of 2021, you were working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Working in farming?
That's correct.
Hard work?
Yes, sir.
What time do you have to get up in the morning and go to work?
Normally get up about 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Where were you staying at that point in time?
I was staying at my girlfriend's house in Beaufort.
In Beaufort? You don't have to say her last name. What was her first name?
Mary Ann.
Mary Ann? Okay. And why were you staying at Beaufort at that period, at that point in time? Was that where your house was or not?
No, my house was not there. I was working on St. Helena. It made it a closer ride for me to go to work.
All right. So you were staying with your girlfriend because of that?
That's correct.
Did you have a dog at that time?
I did.
And what kind of dog?
Chocolate Lab.
Chocolate Lab. Still have the Chocolate Lab?
I do.
What's the dog's name?
Cash.
Cash. How old was Cash about that time?
I'm guessing he was a puppy, 4 or 6 months old maybe.
Did you, were you able to keep Cash with you when you were staying at your girlfriend's in Beaufort?
I was not able to.
And why was that?
Because she wasn't allowed. She was renting a house. We couldn't keep one there.
What arrangements did you make for Cash when you were staying in Beaufort and you couldn't keep him at your girlfriend's house?
I would leave him at the kennels at Moselle.
And tell me how that came to be. How did you work that out?
I asked Mr. Ellick if I could leave him there. And I'd be gone at a week at a time. Just leave him there for a week, pick him back up when I come back home on the weekend.
All right. Did you leave food for him and that sort of thing?
I did.
So where was he staying when he was at Moselle during the week when you were working?
In the kennel.
In the kennel. Describe the kennels a little bit for the jury. What was the structure like?
It was like a lean-to shed with about somewhere around 8 kennels under it, a feed room on the end.
And Cash was staying in one of those?
That's correct.
You'd go get him on the weekend?
Friday night or either Saturday, yes.
Where would you take him then?
Back to my house.
All right. And just where were you living at that time?
In Colleton County.
In Colleton County. You get up at 5 a.m. and get to work. About what time do you get to work, working farming?
I'd roughly get to work somewhere around 7:30.
7:30? And then what time would you get off?
It all depended.
What time typically would you get out?
5, 6, 7 o'clock.
Just depending on how much work need to get done?
That's correct.
Were you pretty tired when you got home?
I was.
During the course of that day, June 7th, 2021, did you have any communications with Paul?
I did.
What's the first one you remember?
Sometime around lunchtime.
All right. And what did y'all communicate? Did y'all talk on the phone? Did y'all text or what?
Yeah, I think he called me and told me about the sunflowers had been sprayed in the Dove field and they were dead.
Okay. What did he say about that?
Said that he was getting ready to replant them.
Okay. They've been sprayed with some Roundup or something?
That's correct.
Did y'all talk about anything else that you remember?
Not that I remember.
While I'm thinking about it, I asked you about Paul and his use of a cell phone. Do you know where he kept his cell phone when it wasn't in his hand?
Most of the time in his pockets.
Was he typically one to respond pretty quick to you? If y'all were talking about something?
Normally, yeah, if we were talking about something, he would respond pretty quick.
That evening, well, did you talk to Paul again after that initial conversation?
I did.
All right. And when was that, roughly?
Around 8:40.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
He called and asked if something was wrong with the dog's tail.
Okay. And was that the first you were hearing about that?
That's correct.
Tell me about your conversation.
I told him that, I wasn't real sure. I just dropped him off there Sunday. And told him let's try to see if he can get me a picture or FaceTime me and let me see what was going on with the dog's tail.
All right. Where was Paul when he called you?
He was at the dog kennels.
And how do you know that?
I could hear the dogs barking in the original call.
Is he describing to you what he's seeing on Cash's tail?
That's correct.
And Cash was at the kennels?
He was.
Did you hear any other voices when you were on the phone with Paul about 8:40?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
I heard Miss Maggie.
And who else did you hear?
And I thought it was Mr. Ellick that I heard.
You thought it was Mr. Ellick? You talked to Paul, and what did y'all talk about? What was he going to do?
He was going to try to FaceTime me. He
And-
said, you know how the service is out here. He said, if I can't get the FaceTime to go through, I'll send you a video.
And why was he going to FaceTime you? What's the difference between FaceTime and a regular call?
So I could see what was wrong with the dog.
And y'all talked about how the service is out here?
That's correct.
And what did you mean by that?
Most of the time you got enough service to make a call. I mean, sometimes the calls would break up, but a FaceTime, you couldn't really get a whole lot of service to make the FaceTime call. It's kind of lagging.
Video
Y'all
takes
had
more
problems with
bandwidth.
that before?
That's correct.
Did y'all discuss what to do if the FaceTime didn't work? And what was the discussion?
He was going to send me a video of it, of the dog.
Why'd they
He was
just
going to
jump?
video it and then do what with it? Text it to you?
That's correct.
Is that the last time you ever talked to your friend?
That was.
Did y'all try to FaceTime?
We did.
Did it work?
It came through, but it was kind of lagging. I couldn't tell what was going on.
And then never heard from him again?
That's correct.
Did you ever get that video?
I did not.
Do you want to see it now?
After you never got the video, did you try to reach back out to Paul to see if you could get him to respond?
I did. I called him a few times and texted him.
Did he ever respond?
He didn't.
Did you reach out to anyone else trying to get Paul to respond?
I texted Miss Maggie.
Did she respond?
She did.
About what time you think you went to bed that night?
I'm not exactly sure. It was sometime right after I probably tried to contact him.
And you never heard from Miss Maggie either?
I did.
Did you ever talk to her at all that day?
I did.
About what time you think you went to bed?
I'm going to say somewhere around 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. You a pretty sound sleeper?
That's correct.
Been working on the farm all day?
That's correct.
Did some calls come in that you didn't realize because you were asleep?
Yes, I woke up with some missed calls.
What time did you wake up the next morning?
Sometime around 5:30.
When did you find out that your friend Paul and his mother Maggie had been murdered?
at that same time, 5:30.
How'd you find out?
I called one of my friends that had left me, or I had a missed call from, and he told me what had happened.
All right. And tell me his first name, please.
Nolan.
What'd you do after that?
We got a little old boy up and got him to school without talking about it a whole lot, and then we headed back home.
And by home, you mean Colleton County?
Colleton County, that's correct.
And where'd you go from there?
I went to my house first, then I ended up going to Moselle.
About what time you think you got there?
Sometime maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock.
What'd you see when you got there? Where'd you go on the property?
I went to the dog kennels.
And who'd you see there? Did you talk to anyone there?
I did, and I seen John Marvin, but I didn't speak to him.
Okay, the feed, everything just froze. You guys hearing me? All the courtroom feeds just froze. Give me a second here.
And where'd y'all go from there?
To the convenience store down the road from the house.
And who'd you meet there?
I met a game warden.
Okay. And what'd you do after that? Did you have a conversation?
I did. I had a conversation with him, and he said that law enforcement was going to be wanting to speak with me. And I told him, I said, well, if you got a contact, let's get him up here and let's talk.
And so did you wait for law enforcement to arrive?
I did.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I did.
And who'd you talk to?
Jeff Croft and Katie McAllister.
And did they do an interview of you?
They did.
Did they ask you about your communications with Paul the night before?
They did.
And did they ask you to see your cell phone?
They did.
Did they take screenshots of your cell phone?
That's correct.
Were you showing them your communications the night before with Paul and Maggie and others the night before?
Yes, sir.
Were you holding up the phone and they were taking screenshots?
Yes, sir.
So this is why I have multiple feeds going in case one drops, and it looks
I'm
like
going to show you what's been
we lost
marked for
one feed.
identification. 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just flip those real quick and see if you recognize those images. Down to this day. So just flip them down. You recognize those?
I do.
And what are those?
That's all activity on my phone. Missed calls, text.
You know I'm getting old when a trip to the dump is the highlight of the day. Good afternoon, addicts.
Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate the super chat. Have fun at the dump.
Just out of abundance of caution, I believe these are in evidence, but just to be clear, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. We would make sure those are in evidence. Move those in evidence and leave without objection.
That's correct. Okay.
All right. May I have the Elmo, please? Mr. Gibson, I'm going to put these up on the screen. You got a screen up there, and so take a look at that, okay?
Okay.
All right, 165. Can y'all turn the screen around for me, please?
We've got the feedback, so we've got our
That's
multi-view
a
again.
screenshot that Jeff Croft took of your phone that on June 8th, 2021, the next day?
That's correct.
All right, and that reflects a call from who?
Paul.
And which Paul is that?
Paul Murdaugh.
All right, and what time is that call?
8:40 p.m.
And how long does it last?
4 minutes.
All right, and is that the call you just described to this jury?
It is.
The call y'all were talking about Cash the dog and trying to figure out the tale?
It is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 166. Now, again, you told this jury that when y'all got off the call, he was going to try to FaceTime you, and if not, send a video.
That's correct.
All right, and I'll show you 166. Is that another screenshot of it?
It is.
And that's the FaceTime call, is that right?
That's correct.
8:44 p.m.
That's correct.
for 11 seconds?
That's correct.
That FaceTime didn't work though, did it?
Yeah, it came through, but it was lagging. We couldn't communicate through it.
So y'all stopped?
That's correct.
And you were expecting what after that?
A video.
This witness seems very credible, Ivan, and he says that he thought he heard
I'm going to show you what's
Alex
been marked as States 167.
over the video with Paul, or over the phone with Paul.
Are these texts on your phone?
Right before he was killed,
Who are those
basically.
texts between? Who are you trying to text right there, down those last two bubbles?
I was sending those texts to Paul.
That's significant. It's Alex said he was never there.
Got a little glare on it. Well, what time is that text right there?
8:49 p.m.
And that's on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
And what are you telling Paul right there? Can you read that to the jury and then explain what you were trying to say to Paul, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
Who were you talking about when you said tell him to sit and stay?
Cash, the dog.
It's got a
Did
good
you send
dog.
another text right here?
Just tell it to
I
sit.
did.
It'll stay.
What time is that? Can you read it?
9:58 p.m.
What do you say?
Yo.
And when you say yo to Paul, what are you trying to get him to do?
Just trying to get him to call me back or text me back.
So you hadn't gotten that video.
That's correct.
We'll show you what's been marked as 168. States. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
That is.
These are missed calls from June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Or these are outgoing calls?
They are.
Who are you trying to call?
Paul Murdaugh.
Tell me the times you tried to call him. Start from the bottom, please.
9:10 p.m., 9:29 p.m., 9:42 p.m., 9:57 p.m.
Did he ever respond?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 169. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
Who are you trying to call right there?
Paul.
What's that last call?
10:08 p.m.
Did he answer that call?
He did not.
Show you what's been marked as States 170. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
And who are you trying to text right here?
Miss Maggie.
What time did you try to text her?
9:34 p.m.
And what did you text her?
Tell Paul to call me.
Tell Paul to call me.
Yes, sir.
Did she ever respond?
She did not.
You said you woke up the next morning on June 8th, 2021, and you saw you had some missed calls. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 171. Was this also a screenshot or a picture that Special Agent Croft took of your phone?
It is.
All right. And who are those missed calls from?
Mr. Ellick.
And what time did they come in?
10:21 p.m. and 10:24 p.m.
And that would have been on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Were you asleep at that time?
I was.
Unaware they were coming in?
That's correct.
172. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
All right. And those other missed calls that came in?
10:25 p.m. and 10:30 p.m.
When you spoke to Special Agent Croft on June 8th, 2021, did you tell him and Special Agent McAllister who you thought you heard on that phone call at 8:40?
I did.
And who did you say you heard?
I thought it was Mr. Ellick, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Did you give him a percentage?
I did.
What'd you say?
99%.
That you heard Mr. Alec on that phone call at 8:40.
That's correct.
This is a kid that's family to him. It's like a second family. And hearing that voice and having that recognition factor that high, that holds some weight for me.
Time went on after the murders. Did you go to Moselle where all the family and friends were gathering?
I did.
Were you there a fair amount?
Probably the whole part of that later that week.
While you were there at the house where the family and friends had gathered, did anyone ever ask you about your last contact with Paul?
There was.
And who asked you?
Grandma.
And that being Miss Brandstetter?
That's correct.
Maggie's mother?
That's correct.
And what did you say?
I told her, yeah, that I talked to Paul about the dog, and told her that I heard Miss Maggie in the background, and I heard a male voice that I thought was Mr. Elliott.
Was he in the room then?
Yes.
Did he stand up and say, "No, I wasn't there"?
He did.
Did you ever have any conversation with Alex Murdaugh about what happened that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask you about whether or not you heard him on that phone that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what he did that night?
No, sir.
Did you ever ask him what he did that night?
No, sir.
Not a subject you wanted to talk about, was it?
That's correct.
Over time, as the months passed following the murder of Paul and Maggie, you were ultimately interviewed by law enforcement and other part of the process and that sort of thing, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as time went on and you were asked about who you heard on the phone that night, that call at 8:40, you said, "Hey, I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure."
That's correct.
Told law enforcement the night of, 99% sure, correct?
Say that question again, please.
Told law enforcement the next day, June 8th, that you were 99% sure, is that correct?
That's correct.
As time went on, you said, "I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure."
That's correct.
In November of 2022, did law enforcement ask you to come in and look at a video?
They did.
And did you watch that video?
I did.
And what was on that video?
It was the video. Paul was supposed to take a cash. Cash was on the video.
Man,
And
that
did
must
you
have been hard.
recognize the voices on there?
I did.
Did you recognize the voices of your second family?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
Paul's, Miss Maggie, Mr. Elliott.
And how sure are you now?
Positive.
100%?
That's correct.
Whoa.
I need 1 second for the computer to boot up.
There it is. What do you do on cross for that? You've got this kid who every single juror wants to give him a hug and be his friend, who has a pet name for every person in the Murdaugh family, who can say that I know that was Alex's voice. How do you attack that? How do you put some doubt in there? That is a wee problem, says TW. Little break here, man. Alex did a nod. There was a little frown and a nod. Just I don't know what that means. I will say for everything I've disliked about the state's presentation as evidence has been brought in, this key evidence was elicited in a manner that I couldn't imagine being more effective. The impact, the moment, the way they had this kid testify, had Rogan just speaking from the heart so quick and everything. He is so believable. He's so likable. There's not a shred of anything on there that shows any dishonesty or guile in his person at all. And then leading up to that moment where he confirmed that it was 100% sure after he rewatched the video that he never received that night. The video he was waiting for, but he never received.
Before we play the video, I want to ask a couple more questions. When you received that phone call from Paul at the kennels at 8:40 p.m. on the night of June 7th, 2021, did Paul sound normal to you?
He did.
Did he sound stressed to you?
He did not.
Did he sound like someone was there that he didn't know?
No, sir.
Did he sound worried?
He did.
Did you hear Maggie's voice?
I did.
Did she sound stressed?
She did.
Did she sound worried?
No.
Did she sound normal?
She did.
Did she sound like there was somebody there she didn't know?
No, sir.
Or that she was in danger?
No, sir.
Did you hear Alex's voice?
What I thought was his voice at the time, yeah.
He cracked once already.
When Maggie or Paul would go down to the kennels, how would they usually get there?
They would drive. Sometimes Miss Maggie would walk or ride a bike. If they had an ATV or a golf cart in the yard, sometimes they would drive that.
Paul more likely to be one to ride or one to drive down there?
Most of the time he would drive.
Was it usual for the family to go down there sometimes and let the dogs out?
It was.
Let them run around?
That's correct.
Did Miss Maggie like to do that?
She did.
Was it common, to your knowledge, for guns to be left down at the kennels?
Sometimes there was, yeah.
I'm gonna play that video for you, okay?
Okay.
This is a Snapchat video, or the video 8:44. Everyone quiet here where we can listen.
Get it. Get that. Quick, Cash. Come on. Quick. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Come here. Post it. Cash. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Cash. Come here, Bubba. Cash. Quick.
Video you watched back in November 2022?
It is.
Where's that video taken?
At the kennels.
You recognize your dog?
I do.
You recognize Paul's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Maggie's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
100%?
Yes, sir.
Can you point out Alex Murdaugh, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
Sitting right there in the gray jacket.
Please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Nothing further.
Wow.
Good afternoon, Rogan.
How you doing?
We've met many times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury more about Paul, please. What did y'all like to do together?
We loved hunting, fishing, just hanging around. We loved staying at the beach, going to the sandbars. He could get along with just about anybody.
Is he one of your best friends?
He is.
Is this a hard day for you?
Yes, sir.
And Did you live one summer in the cabin there on the property?
Yes, me, Buster, and Nolan lived in the cabin, and Paul was there a lot.
Right. And when you got a house of your own, I mean, it was just right down the road, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Down Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
It was your grandparents' house or you moved into?
That's correct.
And, but before that, Ms. Maggie and Big Red over here, Mr. Alec, I mean, they treated you as family, didn't they?
That's correct. They did.
And Paul was like a brother to you?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Maggie was like a second mom to you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Alec was like a second dad?
Yes, sir, he was.
And could you tell the jury what you observed Alec's relationship was, starting with you? What was his relationship with you?
We had a good relationship. I mean, he treated me like one of his own. I mean, we had fun. He gave me permission to hunt the property.
Did you have permission to come and go and down to the shop?
I did.
Did you have permission to use any of the equipment?
Yes, sir.
And did you help out on the farm for game management and stuff?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about Mr. Alec's relationship with his son Paul?
Very good relationship. Very good.
Were they close?
They were. Nothing happened without Paul telling Mr. Alec about it.
And did juries heard some Alec interviewed on the tape, various about how the Moselle property was Paul's passion.
It was.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think it was his passion? What was he so passionate about out there?
He just loved hunting and using the equipment to manage for wild game, fishing.
Right.
He loved all of that.
Was Paul a good friend?
Yes, sir.
Was he a loyal friend?
He was.
Was he a loyal son?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Ms. Maggie.
She was like a second mother to me. Always took care of me. Treated me like one of hers.
Did you spend time down at Edisto?
I did.
And you and Paul and Ms. Maggie, sometimes just the three of you down there?
It was.
Okay. What did Ms. Maggie like to do?
She liked the beach.
When they were down at Edisto, were you the only friend welcome at the Edisto house, or what was it like?
There was many friends that were welcome to the house.
Like adult friends, or was
Most
Ms. Maggie, Mr. Alex home? Was it open to all of Paul and Buster's friends?
It was open to all of Paul and Buster's friends.
And was that the case at Edisto?
That's correct.
Was that the case at Moselle?
It was.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Alec enjoyed being around his family?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you enjoy being around Mr. Alec and Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
You remember, and I apologize, I'm going to get the date wrong, but do you remember in early 2019 that Paul was in a boating accident?
Yes, sir.
And a beautiful young woman died in that accident, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Her name was Mallory Beach.
That's correct.
And Paul was eventually charged. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul receive any threats or harassments that you knew about as a result of that boating accident?
None that I thought was real serious. I mean, he mentioned it that, you know, he'd get people comment about it, but nothing that I thought was real serious.
Did he, would people just mouth off to him when he went out bars or just with his friends?
Yes, sir. He had mentioned that.
But was it anything that you thought was serious in nature?
No, and a lot of times I wasn't there when that happened, so I didn't think it was that serious.
Let me back up. I skipped over something. You played sports when you were a kid growing up?
Yes, sir.
I think your dad was a coach, was he?
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Alec a coach to Paul and Buster?
He was.
And did Mr. Alec, when he wasn't coaching, would he and Ms. Maggie come to all the sporting events for the kids?
They were always there.
Can you think of them ever missing a sporting event for Buster or Paul?
Not that I can remember.
And they come to your sporting events?
Yes.
Now, and Paul had an apartment in 2021. He was starting to go back to school at Carolina. Do you remember that? He was in college.
Yes, sir.
School year.
That's correct.
And then in June, he had moved back home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he living at Moselle for the most part?
I think he was staying in Moselle some, but kind of all over the place.
And sometimes he stayed with his Uncle John Marvin down at Bluffton?
Yes, sir.
And he was working with his Uncle John Marvin, wasn't he?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when he was on the farm, when he was at Moselle, now this gets a little confusing for me. Frankly, well, let me just ask you. Can you tell the jury about all the farm trucks there at Moselle?
Yeah, there was a lot of different vehicles that could be used anywhere from ATVs to tractors.
Well, let's just talk about the trucks.
Okay.
So what was Paul's primary truck?
Around the farm, most of the time, F-250.
All right, but what was his primary mode of transportation? Was it a truck?
It was F-150.
And was it white?
It was.
Okay, and did he drive that around the farm some?
Sometimes, yes.
And then there was a big F-250.
That's correct.
And that was also white, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Does that have a name, the big F-250 farm truck?
Yeah, White Boy. That was the older F-250.
And then there was another one called Dolly?
That's correct. That was a newer F-250.
I like this. Every vehicle should be named.
And then there was there a black truck?
There was.
And that was F-150?
It was.
And was that Buster's old truck?
It was.
So there were so Buster had another vehicle, and his old F-150 stayed at Moselle, correct?
That's correct.
And then Paul had his white 150 pickup, and where he was not at Moselle, there were still 3 other trucks at Moselle, right?
That's correct.
Dolly, White Boy, and then Buster's old black pickup.
That's correct.
And when Paul was there, he would drive any one of those trucks, wouldn't he?
Yes, sir.
On the farm. And no matter which one he was driving, he would most often have some sort of firearm in the truck, right?
That's correct. Most of the time on the farm, he had a firearm in the vehicle.
And those trucks, they would either stay down at the shed, the workshop, or at the house. I mean, there's no set place for them, correct?
That's correct.
And they didn't lock the trucks up, did they?
Not normally.
I mean, and then Paul would leave guns in the trucks, wouldn't he?
That's correct.
I mean, Paul would leave guns everywhere. Just about, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he could leave. He left a lot of stuff different places.
Yeah. Did he ever leave any guns at your house?
I'm sure he has over the years.
Okay. And then he would leave guns in the workshop, right?
I have seen guns in the workshop, yes.
And then, did they keep the workshop locked?
It just depends. Not a whole lot, but I have remembered it's being locked, yes.
Was it more often not locked than locked?
Probably more recent. Yeah, it wasn't locked.
Did they, if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go up on that property and steal stuff?
Probably not around the sheds. It wouldn't be too hard.
And if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go open up and rifle through or look through White Boy or Dolly or Buster's old black pickup truck?
That is possible, yes.
And there were no security cameras down at the old airplane hangar, the workshop, the kennels, and the pole barn and skinning sheds, were there?
Not that I was ever aware of.
Okay. And there were no, in the cabin where you guys stayed that summer, there was no security cameras there either, right?
Not that I knew of.
And was that cabin, did it stay locked?
Sometimes it was locked, sometimes it wasn't.
Paul left guns there too, didn't he?
I have seen guns in that cabin before, yes.
I want to not turn this thing upside down, but
It's a map of the property there.
you talked about handsome. Who's handsome?
Mr. Randolph Murdaugh.
And Ms. Libby is who?
M.
Who's Ms. Libby?
M.
M. And that's Paul and Buster's grandparents, right?
That's correct.
And you know where they live?
In Alameda.
Alameda. And just generally, where's Alameda?
It's on the outside of Barnville.
Okay. Is it like a crossroads?
It's a veer off. Go toward Ridgeland. If you veer off, if you stay on that road, you go to Embassy.
Right. If you're coming out of
Ask a
Hampton
southern boy
toward Farmville,
directions. This is what you get.
then where the veer off is, that's called Alameda?
That's correct.
Now, to get to Alameda, and the most direct route, let me do this right, okay. So, can you see from back there?
I can.
And so this is the main house right here,
He
correct?
said I can't.
That's correct.
Or I can't.
And you can get down to Moselle Road by going one or two ways, right? You can either take a left and go down by the shop and the kennels, or you can go straight out the main driveway, is that right?
Yes, you can go out both ways.
But when you hit Moselle Road, would you turn right or left if you're going the most direct route to Alameda?
Turn right.
And be going down this way?
That's the direction that her phone was found. That Maggie's phone was found.
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, and did battery get down low pretty regularly?
Yes, he would let his phone die sometime, or he would lose it.
Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out?
Yes, I have seen that happen before.
And have you done that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And phone coverage, cell phone coverage on that property is somewhat, when I say that property, I'm talking about Moselle, somewhat spotty, isn't it?
It is.
And is there better coverage up at the house than down at the kennels?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hit and miss.
And you can be down at the kennels and you can be, walk 10 yards one way, you'd have some coverage, 10 yards the other way, you wouldn't have coverage, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, back up here, you know, we don't have any measurements on what this distance is from the kennels to the house, but I mean, if you're just driving in a buggy or a car or what have you, I mean, tell the jury roughly how long it would take from, in a vehicle, to go from the kennels to the house.
It all depends how fast you're driving, but it don't take long to get from the sheds to the house.
I mean, you can do it under 2 minutes.
Definitely under 2 minutes.
Going fast enough, you can do it in a minute or less, I suspect. Is that right?
Yes, if you're going fast enough, you would be able to make it from the sheds to the house in under a minute.
Okay. You were asked about turkey season. When it started and when it ended, you remember? And you can tell me, I don't know, when's turkey season start?
Yes, most time mid-March to early May.
Okay. How about duck season? When does that start?
The first season starts around Thanksgiving. I think the weekend before Thanksgiving.
And when's the second season start?
Sometime in December.
And when's it end?
End of January.
Okay. Do you go duck hunting with Paul?
Yes, sir, I have.
And they had a duck pond on the property?
That's correct.
And did they keep it full all year, or did they drain it and plant it for the season?
Yeah, they would drain it after duck season and be ready to plant in the springtime.
And you helped with that?
I did.
And would Mr. Alec be involved, help doing that? But
he would.
And that was part of Paul's passion, doing things like that?
That's correct.
Now, waterfowl shells load are different than turkey load, right?
That's correct.
What's the difference?
Steel shot.
And steel shot for what?
For ducks, waterfowl.
And why? Is it just preferred or is it required?
It's required.
Okay. Because you don't want lead in the water?
That's correct.
Okay. But for hunting purposes, if you just had your choice, would you rather hunt with lead or steel?
Lead shot.
Because it has greater knockdown power?
It does.
Okay. Is that why you would rather, or just price too, I suspect?
What's that again?
Why would you prefer lead over steel?
It has better knockdown. It's better.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions about 300 blackouts, and at one time, Paul had his own, and Buster had his own. They had 200-300 blackouts. You remember that?
I did.
And then you heard that Paul had one stolen out of his truck at a party?
That's correct.
And do you remember roughly when that was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Years ago?
Yeah, it's been a good many years ago.
And in recent memory, have you ever seen Paul with a 300 blackout other than the black one with the thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge.
So whenever you were with Paul and he had a 300 blackout, it was the black one with the thermal scope?
That's correct.
Did you ever see a 300 blackout around the house that was black without a thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge, I haven't.
And I know the jury's heard it. What's a thermal scope?
Picks up the heat from the animal. You can see it at nighttime because of the heat.
Just for night hunting?
That's correct.
And that's the best time to hunt hogs?
It is.
So during the daytime, they stay in the swamp?
That's correct.
At night, they come out?
Yes, sir.
And y'all had cameras out there to see when they were coming out?
Sometimes we did.
Okay.
Those thermal scopes are amazing. They don't require any light. It just sees heat. You can see a whole picture just on the heat signature.
Now you listened to this videotape and heard that was your dog Cash?
It was.
Chocolate Lab?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Paul, obviously.
That's correct.
And Ms. Maggie was saying he's got a
guinea.
Guinea. And then you heard a voice say, no, it's a chicken. Do you remember whose voice that was?
It was Mr. Alex that said it the first time, and then Paul also said it was a chicken.
Okay. And then
I think it's a year or two older than Paul. Or
and
maybe
then
3.
someone says, Bubba, let go of that chicken or something like that?
Yeah, just holler for Bubba.
And whose voice did you recognize hollering for Bubba?
Mr. Ellett.
Okay. And who's Bubba?
Their dog.
Did they have, and was Bubba a yellow lab?
He was.
Did Bubba have his own kennel?
He did.
Which one was it?
Most of the time he was in the first one right beside the feed room.
Okay. Now, you had talked to Paul. I think the records show you had a 4-minute telephone conversation before that video was taken, which you didn't receive until law enforcement showed you. But you remember you talked to Paul for about 4 minutes, right?
That's correct.
And I believe when you were interviewed, you said it sounded like Mr. Alec had pulled up or something to that effect, driven up. Do you remember that?
No, I don't ever remember hearing a vehicle.
Okay.
I just remember hearing a third voice.
Okay. And the next day, excuse me, was it the 8th? The next day you went over and met with and went into the house at Moselle and you saw Maggie's parents?
That's correct.
And that's when Grandma, Ms. Brandstetter, asked you if you heard Maggie's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you told her you did?
Told her I talked to Paul and heard Miss Maggie.
And you told him in front of everybody that you had thought you'd heard Alex's voice too, right?
That's correct.
And he didn't push back whatsoever?
No, sir.
What was Alex's demeanor when you first saw him after the murders and days after? What?
He was just real distraught, sad. Just tore up about it.
Did he cry a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did he hug you?
He did.
Did he cry?
Yes, sir.
Did you cry?
Yes, sir.
I mean, did you cry the day after and the day after? I mean,
that was really sad.
Right. 1 second.
I think they said he didn't stand up and say, no, I wasn't there.
On this video, you've been around Alec, Maggie, and Paul most all your life. Was there did you notice any signs of distress or anxiety or anything out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And you've been around Maggie and Alec and their whole family a lot?
Almost all of my life, yes, sir.
And would you see Alec openly show his display of affection and love to Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And from your observation, they have a close, good relationship?
That's correct.
And they were loving to each other and to Paul and Buster and their friends, correct?
That's correct.
And can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder Paul and Maggie?
Not that I can think of.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Anything further?
You were asked some questions about the sheds being unlocked. Paul ever complained to you? People were up there stealing all kinds of stuff all the time?
I was never aware of people stealing anything.
When you talked to Paul and heard Maggie and Alec at 8:40, was there any problem with that voice call, or did it come through just fine? The reception was good.
The call came through, yes.
And the last conversation you had with Paul was he was going to do what if the FaceTime didn't work?
Send me a video.
And he never did.
That's correct.
You've heard that video and you hear three voices, is that correct? Maggie, Paul, and Mr. Alec?
In the video, yes, sir.
I have the video. I'll show you after this is done.
Standing. If you're at the house or inside the house on the second floor or something like that, can you see the roofs of the sheds and down there?
The last time I had been out there, yes, you would be able to see the top of the structure.
And if you're standing out here in front of them sheds, could you see the top of the house the other way?
Same thing, yeah. Last time I was there, you would be able to see the top of the structure. There was trees growing between the houses.
And that was a long time ago, right?
That's correct.
Down there at the sheds, did they have like outdoor lighting down there?
Yes, sir, they did.
And if all that was on, could you see all that lighting from the house?
Yes, you would be able to see that there were lights on from the house.
If those lights were on, it'd be pretty well lit up, is that right?
If all of them were, yes.
You were asked about the boat wreck. Were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat wreck?
I was.
Were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in that boat wreck?
I was.
What was your perception of Alex's wealth? Did you believe he was a fairly wealthy man?
Yes, sir.
Here we get to motive.
How long have you known Alex Murdaugh?
Pretty much all my life.
As you sit here today, did you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
But as you sit here today, do you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Anything further? No, John. You may step down. We'll take about a 10-minute recess.
Nodded to him. Alec nodded to Rogan. Oh man. Okay. Let me see if I can get the video pulled up here so we can watch that together. Just 1 second. Got to plug in the phone here. Okay, give me just a minute to get that pulled up, and we'll need some audio as well. Okay, here we go. This is the video of the dog. Come on, where's my audio here? Let me test the audio here. Sorry. 6 is not on, so we're going to do it again with the audio on this time. Is that better?
Get back.
There we go. Rewinding.
Get back. Get back. Quit, Cash. Come on. Quit. That's okay. Come here. It's not that bad. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quit.
Okay, so that was it.
Get back.
Holy cow.
Get back.
It's much clearer than I thought. I'll play it through one more time here.
Quit, Cash. Come on. Quit. That's okay. Come here.
That was Alex.
Not that bad. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quit.
Okay, so that's the video. That's the 8:44 video. 8:44 p.m. Get everything rigged up again. Okay. Yeah, that seems pretty obvious. Yeah, the woman's voice was Maggie. Definitely heard water. And you see water, like water's being sprayed. Like they're rinsing off the kennels or something, and he gets some water on him. I want that dog. Yeah, you can see the problem with his tail. There's just a part where it was a little swollen, like it maybe a bit, or possibly hitting a door or a gate or something like that. I'm not sure if they use these dogs for waterfowl, if they use them for hog hunting as well, because some people do that. And sometimes the hogs can get a little rough with them as well. Usually when they use it for hog hunting, they have them wear a vest that protects them against the tusks, the razor sharp tusks. The sound is clear there. It's a cute pup. The tail probably about 2 or 3 inches away from the base of the tail. There was a little like a swelling. That's what he was trying to reach for and show. It wasn't like it was broken or something, but something was going on. Alex must have been sick when he first found out about the video. Yeah, this video, the question that we heard about Rogan on the stand was that he announced, he said, "Yeah, I thought I heard, Paul, or I thought I heard Paul, Maggie, and I thought I heard Alec on the call, the phone call, right? Well, that was just a phone call. There was going to be no recording of that." And the whole "I thought I heard" thing, that could be argued. That's not really strong evidence, okay? But when you have a video, Alec didn't know this video existed at that time. So it's I think that's interesting. Hey, he's eating our chicken. You can hear Alex in the background, not see. That's what they likely meant, AJ. Right. I was expecting one where we actually saw Alec and saw what clothes he was wearing and if they were different from when he came back after he visited his mom. Okay. Does the jury get to see the video message? The jury has seen that video, John. They saw that today for the first time, and they got to hear that as well. We just got to hear, a clean feed, because what we're hearing right now in the courtroom when there's a recording, they're playing it over speakers in the courtroom, which, the quality of the speakers, I have no idea, but they're playing that in the room with all the noise and the ambient room sound and everything, the audio qualities of the room, and then they have microphones that are picking up that sound as well. So it's really muffled for us. It was much clearer hearing the original video. The video proves Alex lied. It doesn't prove he shot his wife and son point blank. Agreed, Ivan. But all we're doing is knocking some holes in his alibi, basically. So if his sworn alibi says that he wasn't there, that's something the jury gets to consider when they consider the weight of that evidence. They say the criminal always makes a mistake. Alec forgot about this video. We know that Alec picked up this phone, the phone that this was on. It fell out of Paul's pocket. He tried to roll him over. It fell out of his pocket, and he picked it up. He said, I tried to fiddle with it, and then I put it back down. I don't know why. Maybe he tried to open it. I'm not sure if that's been testified to or not. Let's see. That's not the best breed of dog for a fighting a hog, right? It's more common that would be a bird dog, for either duck hunting or your quail or something like that. They all sounded happy, talking normal, seeming happy, then bang, life's over. I think he snapped and blindsided them both. So 7, I think we've got some information that this was this the day that he was fired from his law firm. Can anyone verify that? Was Paul found near Cash's kennel? Paul was found halfway in and out of the feed room, which is nearby. We'll have to go back to the map. Just 1 second. Let me see if I can pull that up. I've got to run around the backside of my my desk to plug in the right switcher. Hang on. Okay, I had to go from the 4-port to the 8-port switcher. Let me see if I can get this map image pulled up. Just 1 second here. It's loading. It's loading. Here we go. Okay. Okay. This is the layout. This is the layout. Paul's body is the one on the lower left of the storage room, the feed room. Trying to see where the kennels are. We've got the dog house. So it was around the corner. Oh, right next to the dog kennels. So he was right next to it. The dog kennels are just below him. There's a dog house over by where Maggie was. I believe that was Alec with the other dog. The yellow lab that, you hear, the one that had the chicken. Can we get a poll? It's both, Charlie. Both are correct. AM said he was not there, that he was in the house taking a nap, that he called, didn't get a response, and left. I think AM picked up the phone because Rogan was calling after he killed them. That's why AM called Rogan so many times. That was Rogan's pup. Yeah, Cash is Rogan's pup. I need a switcher. What I need more USB-C ports on my computer. That would solve everything. Then I could have everything plugged in at once. Were any of the dogs harmed? And not to know of, Army Mom, although a bullet did travel through one of the dog kennels and ended up in one of the bed of the dog beds. According to Russell Lafitte, the day of the murders, Alex was confronted by CFO of PMPED for missing funds. Okay, so everything was coming to a head at work about the missing funds. There was 3 of them at the kennels. 15 minutes later, there was only 1. One thing prison taught me, anyone is capable of anything. People you'd never expect to in heinous acts. Loving family 1 minute, then bam, double homicide. You just never know. Yeah, it's... I still don't think they've proved it, but they're starting to put the pieces together. I mean, things are starting to take shape in the state's presentation of evidence. It's a weird thing to lie about, being told there would be nothing in the timeline. It's 100 minutes later the murders happen. I don't think it's 100 minutes later. I think the phone call, and I think that's some of the evidence that was a little confusing here. But oops, let me go back here. Sorry. There we go. That's the wrong one. That one off. This one on. Okay. The 100 minutes later, I think it actually happened between 8:45 and 9 o'clock. That would be the murder time. The time that he made the phone call was after he went to saw his mom and then came back, and then he called in to 911. If that's That's how I remember the timeline. Where the body's very far apart, I can't tell the map. Debbie, the problem is that map is not just scale, so we don't know how far apart they are. That call is for Mrs. R.A. So if she's watching, it's for you. Murdaugh Murder Podcast pronounces it Alex Murdaugh, according to the locals. Yeah, Alex is how a lot of them say it, but it's spelled Alex. We've heard it both ways in court, both ways. The reason I asked about the dog and Alec is because didn't Alec have green tennis shoes? That's funny. I don't know. I think, are you just referencing the previous trial with the green shoes? I believe this is serious evidence. This is something the defense has to confront because they have this alibi, because they put this out there saying I wasn't there. Now they have to address this. And I don't think they did a very good job cross-examining Rogan. I don't think they got anything out of him that gained any ground or cast any doubt in the minds of the jurors about his evidence or his testimony. His complexion gets very red and nervous. Rogan tried to call Paul at 9:08 and he never answered. Right, and part of that could be, I mean, the defense tried to bring up that Paul knew that his cell phone battery was down to 2%, right? And so maybe he was saving the battery. But also we have the evidence that it didn't move, that it didn't shift. Basically, it was stationary for so long. So only 200 witnesses to go. What are they going to say? Seemed like this is the best they had. This was an excellent witness. If the next 200 are just this good, this is going to be an open and shut case. I don't think it will be, though. Please give JB a shout out. JB, Debbie, Tag have both reached out to you. Maybe AJ as well. So several people have called out to say hello to JB up in Canada. Does not follow the chat, so you can't read what you guys are saying. So I'll shout it out to him over the microphone. The tail looked broken to you. The dog wasn't. If it was broken, it looks like it was on the mend. And I'm not sure. I've never had a dog with a broken tail, so I'm not sure if they do mend. But it looked swollen, like there was something damaged. But the dog didn't seem too upset or in pain when he was holding it. At one point, he was almost sort of pulling the tail a little bit. The dog just seemed excited. Send the video I just sent you showing the kennels. Let me take a look at this. Amber, it just showed up. Just 1 second. Okay. Is this, what's the Faro? Oh, this is the Faro scan. The Faro scan. Okay, here we go. We're backing this one up. Let me plug it in. Thank you for this, Amber. Appreciate that. We'll watch this while we listen to the judge who's back on the bench. Hang on just 1 second. We'll bring the judge on. Okay, let me put this in another window, and we'll get it pulled up here. We'll sort of three-box this.
Ready for the jury?
Your Honor, one matter I'd like to address with the court. During and throughout the questioning that the defense has been doing, and including one question that was asked here today about any reason why Alec may kill anyone, one of the issues that's still outstanding is issues of the financial motives that exist, and obviously the state has already made a case as to the admissibility of
judge hasn't ruled on this yet.
But I believe clearly to add to that, the defense through their questioning has opened the door to that, and so this witness, has some information to start that, and I think that we've sort of gone through the looking glass on that very issue, Your Honor.
Your Honor, very briefly, we fully briefed this. There are a very limited number of circumstances where the financial information would come in. Simply asking this young man, who they asked about his relationship with Alec and Paul and everybody, could you conceive of, I think we said, are there any circumstance under which you know that he might kill Paul and Maggie? And he said no. That didn't open the door to any financial crime that he may have committed. And again, the admissibility of that financial information, those financial misdeeds, is not, I mean, this, this motive, by the way, is
They
the
really
most
don't want this in.
ludicrous. He's about to be discovered as having stolen some money.
Okay,
that
here we go.
afternoon.
Well, this is good. We're going to play the
So he
video.
goes home
Okay.
and butchers his wife and son to distract.
You argued that before.
But what I'm saying is, this idea.
You argued it before. You've called it ludicrous before. You're now repeating that same argument.
It's been a while, perhaps.
This is the Pharaoh scan of the hanger.
My point is, no door's been open, and if we're going to have a full discussion on this, you indicated you needed factual basis. There has been no factual basis established. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, again, and we have argued this, and I'm not going to repeat the various arguments that I've made. I think that we have, I do, just to sort of summarize a little bit, we do have a specific confrontation that day. We also have.
We need an annual
that
addict
hearing,
fest / meetup.
And for
I
the jury to
supply
understand that,
tumbler
we have
glass,
to
cigarette.
understand the extent of what is about to be exposed and what that actually means for him, the prospect of losing everything in life without parole. Will Loving. And he is one of Paul's friends. He's mostly here to talk about firearms and the shell casings and things like that. But he also will talk about a little bit about the boat case, about the pressures on the family, about selling the house in Hampton, and the fact that that there were financial pressures because of that boat case that they were having to deal with. And I made it clear to the defense as well as to Your Honor that before we went into subject matter like that, that we would of course certainly alert.
Ivan, thank you for the super chat.
For this particular witness, that would be the questioning.
This argument is super important. Let me.
Your Honor, may I address this witness? He's my witness. Any information he has about financial pressure or the reasons they sold the house would be solely based upon hearsay, and it certainly didn't come from any conversations with the defendant. He has no independent knowledge of any of that. So aside from the overall 404B evidentiary rule, I mean, there's no basis of this witness doesn't have any actual knowledge of that.
We'll proceed with the testimony. I'll rule based on any objections I hear.
Thank you.
Bring the jury.
Okay. That big question, that's the big question mark that's been sitting out there forever, is are they going to allow the financial motive as that video loops? So that video is the Pharaoh scan that's produced by a laser scan of the area, right? Hang on a sec. Getting all the feeds back here again. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little bit crazy here. First of all, Ivan, thank you very much for the super chat. We do have a way to call in. I have a burner phone that I can actually take calls on and put people on the air. It gets a little hectic when there's a large group here.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
And I don't want to do it
State
really
calls
during the
Will
testimony.
Loving.
But if there's a downtime, we might have people call in. We have done that in the past. We've had Weather Watch. We've had Matthew Harris. We had a couple people have called in, even from the courtroom, or from just outside the courtroom. So I think we're going to get at least some questions about financial situation. Whether or not the judge allows it, we'll see.
Will Loving, Loving.
Loving, how you doing today?
I'm good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to high school, college? What you do for a living?
I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. I went to high school at AC Flora. I graduated from Horry Georgetown Tech with a forestry degree. Pursued that for a few years. Now I'm working down in Charleston for a marine construction company. That's about what I'm doing now.
What year did you graduate from high school?
Graduated high school in 2015, and I graduated from Georgetown in 2020.
Where are you living these days? Just generally.
I'm living in Charleston.
Have you ever, did you ever, over the course of your life, get to know Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
And tell me, when was that, roughly?
The judge
I
said
met
he'd
Paul
just
when I was
take the
probably
objections
15
as
years
they
old,
came, so they're
down
proceeding.
in Edisto. He was probably 13.
He didn't do a blanket
And,
ruling.
You know, our friendship just met on the beach one day. That's about where I met Paul, but we did pretty much everything together down at the beach whenever I was there and he was there. You know, we'd go hang out on the beach, we'd go on the boat, go fish, or, you know, just hang out.
And
that scan is
when you
courtesy
met him
of
at Edisto, do you know
Vixen,
where
who
Paul
sent
was
me the link
staying?
for that one.
Yes, Paul was staying at his beach house at Edisto.
And over the years, as y'all's friendship developed, did y'all start to hang out more and more outside of Edisto?
Yes, sir, we did.
And how old were you when that started to develop more hanging out than just Edisto?
You know, probably once Paul was later on in high school, so I would have been, you know, 18, 19 years old. We started getting closer, and then, you know, when I was probably 21 and Paul was 19, we got pretty close.
How old are you now?
I'm 26.
What are some of the things, as y'all got pretty close, what would y'all do together, aside from hang out at Edisto?
We would hunt and fish, go out, hang out with friends. We went down to the property at Moselle a lot. We'd go to Edisto a lot. Just kind of going wherever, going with the flow. We'd go down for a weekend in Charleston before either one of us, you know, before I was living there. But, you know, we lived together in Columbia for a short period of time, right before everything happened. But, yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Now, you said y'all lived together, so y'all were roommates there for a while before the murders happened?
Yes, sir.
And was it just the two of you in the house, or were others living there as well?
It was just the two of us, and I was kind of just a couch guest, but it kind of turned into a long-term thing.
Gotcha. Were y'all planning on getting an additional place around the time that the murders happened?
Yes, we had already been in contact with a house, about to sign a contract on a house, me, him, and another friend from Columbia.
You mentioned that you would go to Moselle a lot, and what would y'all do at Moselle?
I mean, we'd do just about anything, depending on what we were there for. If it was during a certain hunting season, we'd go hunting, or, you know, we might just be there hanging out for the weekend and might be there working. We did a lot of different things while we were there.
What kind of hunting would y'all do?
We deer hunted, we hog hunted, we duck hunted, we dove hunted, we turkey hunted, pretty much about everything.
Tell me about the hog hunting. How does that work?
We did it for a certain period of time with some dogs, and that was, you know, you got a pack of dogs that chase them down, and you go up and neutralize them.
Neutralize them.
Then we also did it at night with a thermal scope. You know, it's based off heat vision, heat signals, so you could see them at night, and you had to use the thermal if you were going to do that.
Okay. And when y'all would hunt at night on the Moselle property, how would y'all physically do it? Would you walk around? Would you ride around on a four-wheeler?
They had
How would that work?
Most of the time we took a vehicle, whether it be one of the, you know, farm trucks or, you know, some sort of buggy.
You mentioned the thermal scope. What was that thermal scope on? What kind of weapon?
It was on a 300 blackout.
And what color was that 300 blackout?
It was black.
How many 300 blackouts did the family have?
They had two.
And were those the only two you're aware of, or was there a third one?
Those were the only two I was aware of. I had heard something about the third after the fact, but the only two I was aware of was those two.
And what did you heard about the third?
I just heard it got stolen out of Paul's truck at a party.
And was that years ago?
Years ago, yes, sir.
So there was a replacement gun, a third one, is that correct?
Correct.
What was that gun like?
It was about the same as the black one, except for the color of it. It was tan. It didn't have any kind of sight on it, you know, the first few times I saw it. And But other than that, it was about the same thing, just a different color. It was a tanner color.
And where would that gun typically be located?
I never really saw it move from the gun cabinet room. Most of the time it was in the main house at Moselle in the gun cabinet room.
You mentioned that that particular gun didn't have a sight on it or an optic on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what does that mean? What's the difference between having a scope or a sight and not having? How do you shoot it if it doesn't have one of those?
So you have something called iron sights, which is just it's already attached to the end of the barrel. It just has a little thing that you can see down, but nothing to zoom in your image. It didn't have a sight on it at all. The other one had the thermal sight that you used at night, and this one had no sight on it at all.
At some point, did y'all go get some sort of optic or some sort of sight for it, other than the iron sights?
Yes, sir. We went and bought it's called a red dot sight. It's just got a little, it's not very big. It's about maybe 2 or 3 inches, and it just has a little tube with a little red dot in the center of it. It doesn't zoom in either, but it gives you a little bit better of a,
those are really good for quick target acquisitions.
Is it like a thermal sight in that you can see what you're aiming at night?
No, sir.
So what do you see when you look through the red dot?
You can just see whatever's out in front of you from the
It's like a little
eye.
window
And then how's the
with a
thermal
red
work?
dot in the middle.
The thermal works at nighttime. You look and see heat glows up in a different color than black. It glows up in white, so you can see it very easily.
When did you and Paul go buy that red dot sight for that other blackout gun?
It was either in late March or early April. I'm not exactly positive on the date, but we bought it from the Ace Hardware in Hampton.
And when you say early March or late April, what year are we talking about?
2021.
You went with Paul to get that?
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do after you got the sight?
We went back to Moselle and we put the sight onto the rifle and sighted it in.
Describe to the jury what you mean when you say you sighted it in.
When you get a scope that's not already sighted in, you have to calibrate it with the barrel of the gun. So you have to go and change certain things on the side or on the top, whether it needs to go up or down or left or right when you're shooting. So that's what we had to do with that one, and it just moves. It doesn't move the dot necessarily inside the scope. It just moves kind of the whole thing, the whole sight.
Before we get to that, I want to ask about the property just a little bit. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 303. And ask you to step down with the judge's permission. I want to ask you about a few areas on the property. All right, now, after y'all bought that, well, first of all, where is the residence on this particular image? Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay. And, oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
It's down here at the bottom.
And what are these structures up here right there?
This is what we call a shed or the dog kennels or airplane hangar.
Okay. And can you point out the kennels in that image?
They're right here on this side up next to the pine trees.
And where are the driveway entrances to the property?
The two in this picture right here down to they come down to the main house right here, where you can come in up here and come by the kennels and come down and then come down to the main house.
Was it common for everyone to use both of those driveways?
Yes, sir.
Which driveway did you usually use?
I didn't pass one driveway to get to another. Whichever way if I was coming from this way, I'd turn here. If I was coming from this way, I'd turn in there.
In your experience in knowing the family, was it common for both to be used?
Yes, sir.
What is this structure right here?
That is the cabin up on the side of the road, just the old cabin.
And was there like a shooting range or a shooting house anywhere?
Yeah, there's a shooting range across the road right here. It's like right in here somewhere, and it goes right next to the pond area. That's just a little fish pond.
And what was the shooting house?
It was just a little wooden, gazebo-looking thing that you sat in and shot at a berm over here.
Was there a location that y'all know of the property called the Dove Field?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
It's right here behind this berm of pine trees.
Now, you said back after y'all bought that red dot site that y'all sighted in that, the blackout, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And which blackout are you talking about?
The tan one.
The tan one?
The tan one.
And that would have been not the black one, but the tan one, and not the one that went missing years ago, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, and where did y'all sight that gun in?
We sighted it in off the side of the main house.
Is that testimony consistent with the last one?
Thing of steps that comes into the gun room, and we used the railing of the stairs to brace on and shot down into here as they were building a pond right here, so there was a berm, so there was no threat of the bullets going back there.
All right, you can have 614, please.
Trying to match this up. Was that the same? It was consistent. So the black one was stolen.
When did y'all sight that gun in?
We sighted that gun in at the very beginning of April or one of the last couple days of March of 2021.
All right. And how do you know that it was late March or into April 2021 that you sighted in that tan blackout with the red dot optic on it?
Because that same weekend we were out hunting hogs in the Dove Field with the thermal scope on the black 300 blackout, and we also took the tan 300 blackout, with us with the red dot sight, but it wasn't very usable because you couldn't see what you were shooting at as it was dark. But we used the thermal, and I remember we saw 4 turkeys up in a tree, and we were talking about maybe turkey hunting that morning right there, but I think we scared them when we decided to shoot at the hogs.
So y'all decided to sight in the tan one the next day or thereabouts?
Yeah, it was sighted in the day before, I believe, or the same day, one of the two.
And y'all were standing right outside the gun room in the main residence?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88.
I believe all the witnesses are able to be in the courtroom.
You recognize this gun?
Yes, sir, that's the black 300 blackout.
All right, and what optic is on this?
The thermal scope.
All right. Is this the gun y'all were sighting in, or was it a different gun that y'all were sighting in standing right outside the gun room in March or April of 2021?
It was a different gun.
It was a different gun?
Yes, sir.
Did it have a different optic on it right here?
Yes, sir, it had the red dot sight on it.
It had the red dot.
Red dot sights are very easy to aim quickly. It's basically like point and click with your mouse, only it's with a
I'll show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as States 175. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
This is the stairs that lead up into the door that go into the gun room on the main house.
Okay. And was that where you were sighting in that tan blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
That's not the one you just looked at?
Correct, yes, sir.
And what's through that door right there?
The gun room into the game room.
Okay. All right. And describe, you said y'all were using the railing to brace it. What do you mean by that?
We were using this right side of this right side if you're coming down the stairs railing.
I wonder how many Paul's friends used him for dad's resources and toys. Paul seemed like a screwball but had access to everything a good LA boy would want.
Money buys you friends, is that what you're saying?
States 176, and do you generally recognize that image?
Thanks for the super chat. You don't have to use a super chat.
Yes, the bottom of the brick below the stairs on the side door.
And was that where y'all, in the general location where y'all were sighting in that third blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
In March or April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 177 States. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what area is that, please?
That is the flower bed right next to the stairs going up.
Okay. Is that in the same general area where y'all were sighting in that
Thanks, Ivan. You're
blackout
awesome.
with the red dot
Appreciate
optic?
you.
Yes, sir.
Weather Watch is giving
Space
out memberships.
179, do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's just the bottom of the bricks at the stairs again.
Okay. Same area where y'all were firing that?
Yes, sir.
States 180, do you recognize that?
Yes, the flower bed next to the stairs.
Okay. Same general area where y'all were sighting in that other blackout?
Yes, sir.
That's not the one I showed you?
No, sir.
It's not the one I showed you,
Oh, yeah.
correct?
No, sir.
States 181, do you recognize that? That's right.
I think it's like a shift
Yes,
change.
sir. It's
with
the
court recorder.
bricks at the bottom of the stairs. Same area.
Same area?
Yes, sir.
States 183.
Yep, again, it's the bottom of the stairs, same area that we were standing in.
All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as States 184. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the little gazebo type thing at the shooting range that you sit in to shoot your rifle or whatever you're shooting.
I think the next 3 people to turn on gifted receipts, receiving gifts on the channel, are going to get the gift because only 2 of the 5
After that time in March
Mini
or
Duck
April of 2021,
and Carl Herschel.
which you remember because it was turkey season, correct?
Thanks, Weather Watch.
Correct.
When was the next time that you saw that tan blackout that had the red dot?
I do not recall seeing it again after we used it that night.
The black blackout, was that gun frequently with Paul?
Yes, sir. If he was at Moselle, a lot of the times we had it with us. Yes, sir.
All right, and where would you have it?
In the back seat of the truck most of the time. If we were, riding around late or coming home from somewhere late, just to, check something. Go look for a hog or something.
Did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
Yeah, he had his Super Black Eagle 3 Benelli shotgun.
And can you describe it any further? What did it look like? How was it colored?
It was camouflage and sort of like a cryptic, like bluish purple camouflage. Not real sure of the name of it, but it was more of a distinctive color camouflage.
Okay.
Lindsay, this is a good point. We want to talk about this on the break because there's a lot of gun talk that it's just people are glazing over on, but there's a really important point that's been brought up here.
You recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
Okay, which gun is that?
I'm not sure whose gun that is, but it was used for turkey hunting.
Okay. Do you recognize that as one of the guns that was in the gun room at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Lisbetto, if you click on the little the green gift at the top of chat, I think it has an option if you drop down there. Click on the gift box. You have to change the settings to receive gift on this channel. Make the switch blue, which I mean goes to the right. Then it works.
4 into evidence. Let's see if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. It's the camouflage Benelli.
All right. And which one is that?
Paul's shotgun.
Okay. And how can you tell the difference between the 2 camo ones? How do you know this one's Paul's?
It just has a distinctive camo pattern on it. They did have 2 of these shotguns that were the exact same.
You recognize it from the camo pattern, even though they're both the
This is the
same.
one you recognize as Paul's, correct?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Hope you're doing well over there. I'll have to check in one time. Benelli,
The
Italian
300 blackout
I believe,
round,
manufacturer.
is it a fairly loud round when it goes off?
I mean, yes. I mean, it's a gunshot, so it's pretty loud. But it's not extremely louder than any other gun.
Is it louder than a shotgun?
It's probably a little bit louder than a shotgun, yes.
Did you ever have any conversation with Paul about getting a suppressor for that 300 blackout?
Yeah, I asked him why he didn't get one, and he said that, you know, when you put a suppressor on a gun like that, it decreases how far you can shoot and makes your accuracy go down. So the gun that we already had with the night vision was already not a very long distance gun, so he didn't want to put a suppressor on it.
Up at the kennels, up at the shed area, was it common for firearms to be up there?
You know, they were up there from time to time, but I don't think there were really any kept up there, no, sir.
On June 7th, 2021, did you ever have any conversation with Paul or communication with him?
Yes, I talked to him around dinner time. I was cooking dinner in the apartment that we were staying in, and he called me about wanting to get a hot tub for the house that we were about to move into. And then he sent me a Snapchat a little bit after that, and that was the last time I heard from him.
What was the Snapchat of?
It was of him and his dad looking at the trees and stuff that they had planted. They had one swoop down that obviously wasn't doing too good, but it was just a video of them looking at trees.
And you watched that video on your phone or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Over the years, as you got to know Paul, did you also get to know his family as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you get to know Miss Maggie?
Yes, sir, I did.
To your knowledge, did Miss Maggie like to go down to the kennels?
Yes, she did.
And how would she get down there, do you know?
Sometimes she would use her bike or her car or walk. She liked to walk their 2 labs around a lot around the property, so it was not uncommon for her to go down there.
And what would she like to do when she went down there?
She would go down and look at the dogs and mess with the dogs. A lot of times she liked to ride her bike, you know, right before it got dark, you know, on a sunset or something. But she was a dog lover for sure.
Would she go in the daytime or would she go at night when it was dark?
I only saw her go during the daytime most of the time. I mean, she might be down there once it got dark, but I don't think she would go down there after dark.
Let me ask you a little bit about Paul. What was his cell phone usage like?
He used his cell phone a lot.
He wanted to respond to you pretty quickly, typically?
Yes, sir. He would respond pretty fast.
Hey, 6 Volt, you guys are just in time for some cell phone talk.
You know where he kept it?
Appreciate the text the other day, by the way.
When he had it on him, what pocket he kept it in?
No, I do not. I know he kept it in one of his front pockets. I would have remembered if he kept it in his back pockets, but I don't know which one it was.
Were you, how'd you find out about the murders?
I was called numerous times in the middle of the night. I finally woke up to one around midnight. I think it was 12:07 if I remember right. And it was a cousin of Paul's, and she told me about everything. And I was in the apartment at the time, and you know nobody really knew what was going on, so I got out of the apartment pretty quick. Drove to my parents' house, talked with them for a minute, and we had some friends that were all awake in Charleston, so I drove straight down to Charleston in the middle of the night.
Did you ever go to Moselle in the aftermath of everything?
Yes, sir. I believe I went on that previous Wednesday and saw the family.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alec?
I did.
Did you talk to him about any conversations that you had with Paul that night?
No, I didn't. We mostly just grieved.
Did you ask him about what he was doing that night or what happened or the events of that night at all?
No, I did not.
Were you aware of what's called the boat wreck or the boat case?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Whenever Paul, did you ever talk to Paul about the boat case?
Not much. You know, I didn't want to bring up something like that.
You mentioned that the family had an Edisto Beach house, is that right?
That's correct.
Had the Moselle property?
That's correct.
Did they have another property at one point in time?
Yes, they did. They had their house in Hampton.
Did they ultimately sell that property?
Yes, they did.
I didn't see the gulp. That's interesting.
What was your understanding as to why they sold that property?
You can answer if you know.
It was just through the grapevine to help pay for some of the lawsuits that they were under.
The objection is sustained.
You say through the grapevine. Did you ever have a conversation or were privy to a conversation with Alec about that?
No, sir.
When you, did you have a conversation or were you privy to a conversation with Paul about that?
We talked about the house being sold, but I don't believe he ever told me that that's what it was for.
Bite me. I'll try to show that on the break.
Going back to the 300 blackout, what was the sort of effective range of that weapon?
From what I was told from Paul, it was around 50 to 75 yards it was accurate up to.
That's a short range for a rifle.
Did that have anything to do with the discussion about why not to put a suppressor on it?
Yes, it did.
I can try, Little Miss.
When y'all were
it's the
shooting,
vertical video is the problem.
that tan blackout 300 blackout rifle with the red dot optic on the side of the house in Moselle in March or April of 2021, who was doing most of the shooting of it?
Paul was.
Did Paul express to you any dissatisfaction with that tan one in the optic?
No, he did not.
Did y'all discuss any frustration, though, with it being unusable for turkey shooting because of the optic that was on it?
For hog hunting?
For hog hunting, sorry.
No, not really. We kind of knew that when we took it with us that it was kind of pointless, but we just took it with us anyway.
The red dot was pointless?
Yes, sir.
For night shooting?
For night hunting, yes, sir.
This 300 blackout in a subsonic round with a suppressor is extremely quiet. So quiet that no ear protection would be required.
They purchased the red dot, is that right?
Yes, sir, I was.
Purchased the red dot?
Yes, sir.
Who paid for the red dot?
It was put on a store credit that was his father's.
That was his father's?
Yes, sir.
Whenever Paul needed money, who would he get that from?
He would normally text his dad.
When you talked a little bit about Paul's habits, and you guys had an apartment in Columbia, right?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul like to go to Charleston a lot?
He did.
He liked to go to Moselle a lot?
He did.
Did he spend time in a lot of different places?
Yeah, he was all over.
He was all over?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if he's a freeloader. He did benefit a lot from
Happened to be back in Moselle on June 7th, 2021, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the gentleman who's leaning back talking to the woman behind the prosecution, he is the South Carolina Attorney General.
All right. One last thing. Have you had the opportunity to view a video at the kennels at Moselle?
Yes, sir, I have.
And were you able to recognize any voices on that video?
Yes, sir, I was.
They going to play it again? Or just ask them who it is?
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to
it
play
again.
State's Exhibit 297 for this witness.
Get back. Get back. Quit, Cash. Come on. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got birds in his mouth.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
There's a chick there.
Come here, Bob.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bob.
Cash. Quit.
I think we decided it's a
Did you
chicken.
recognize on that video?
Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
100%.
The person whose voice you recognize on there that you identified as Alex Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out for the jury?
He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
It does.
Mr. Loving, please answer any questions the defense may have.
That one didn't have the same impact the other one did. Oh, I just got a call from somebody I haven't talked to in a while.
How you doing?
Good.
I'm going to call him back after the live stream.
Yeah, a little bit.
You mentioned about a Snapchat video that you received on sometime the evening of June the 7th. Do you remember what time that was?
I don't. It was later in the afternoon, somewhere around like 7 o'clock-ish in that area.
And what was it of?
It was Alex and his son Paul. They were riding around looking at trees that they had built and, laughing, having a good time.
Everything. So he posted it on, I don't have Snapchat. Maybe most people here have Snapchat, but tell us a little bit about what that is.
Snapchat's an app on a smartphone that you can send pictures and videos to your friends. You can save pictures and videos, but it's just an app that most young people use.
And it's a way to share videos?
Correct, yes, sir.
My kids have it, but are the videos supposed to disappear after some period of time?
Yeah, they have a limit on them. You can either send it it'll play over and over and over again until somebody clicks off of it, or you can go up to from 1 to 10 seconds. But you can also save a Snapchat if you want to look at later.
And is it like Facebook? You have friends that want to be in your circle of Snapchat? Is that how
Yes,
that
sir.
works? And did Paul have a lot of Snapchat? They call friends on Snapchat?
Yes, sir, he did.
And would he frequently post things on Snapchat?
Yes, sir.
And would he frequently post things, events like he did on the evening of June the 7th when he and his father were out, messing around with a tree?
Yes, sir, he would.
And would he post stuff with his family events?
Yes, sir, he would.
Okay. And the Snapchat, when he would post it, would it go to everybody who's in his, I guess, group?
Yeah, you have to send it to certain people. He wouldn't necessarily put stuff. They have what's called a story that everybody that you're friends with can see. He wouldn't necessarily always put stuff on his story, but he would send stuff to whoever he wanted to.
I think we're going to learn more about Snapchat, but let me ask you, when Paul would post on Snapchat, could people see where he was posting from? Did he have his location services activated?
I don't think he kept his location on. Sometimes they have filters and stuff that show you different areas where you are, but I don't think he kept his Snapchat location on.
Well, when he posted the video of he and his dad at Moselle, could you tell that he was at Moselle?
Yes, I could tell he was at Moselle just from being there, but maybe somebody who doesn't know the property wouldn't know.
Okay. All right. You were asked questions about the last time, well, you were with Paul, and, well, getting ahead of myself, I'm sorry. So you and Paul were good friends, and Paul was friends with your friend group out of Columbia, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And then y'all would sort of migrate to Charleston, and some of the Columbia folks went to Charleston, and y'all would visit down there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I guess originally you all met at Edisto with family homes and vacationing, and right?
Yeah, that's where everybody met until everybody went to college, and then everybody just kind of meets up.
Okay. And sometimes Paul would come to Columbia and stay with you?
Correct.
And you had another friend, Wills Chapman, that he would stay with Wills?
Correct.
Okay. And Paul left a 300 blackout at your house for some period of time, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
How long did Paul leave a 300 blackout at your home?
Probably a month or so at least.
Okay. And I think when Wills Chapman moved to Charleston, what did he find in his closet?
He found Paul's deer hunting rifle.
That Paul had left there?
Yes, sir.
And Paul had thought he had lost his deer hunting rifle?
Correct.
And lo and behold, it was at Wills Chapman's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Was that unusual for Paul to leave stuff everywhere?
No, not at all.
And so he was, would he leave guns around the farm?
Yeah, he would every now and again.
We'd leave them, say, in the golf cart?
Yes, sir.
And we leave them in unlocked trucks?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about the kennels, but what about in the workshop, the shed? We leave guns down there?
That's where I was, referring to. You'd see them down there sometimes, but I don't think there was ever guns permanently down there, no, sir.
Okay. And when he left the 300 blackout in Columbia, was it the one that Mr. Waters showed you, this black one with the thermal scope?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And you learned at some point in time that he got there was a replacement for one he had previously lost?
Yes, I did. I didn't even know that it was a replacement. Like I said, I didn't know about the original one. I just remember seeing the brown one.
And that brown one did not have a scope, right?
No, sir, it didn't until we bought one.
And you went with Paul to Ace Hardware store and purchased a scope and a mount for it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the day that you purchased the scope and the mount, was it the weekend that you were talking about, where the last time you used it?
I'm not sure if it was that weekend or maybe the next weekend, but they were both pretty close together.
Okay, but you were there when he purchased the scope and the mount?
Correct.
And you went, did you go back to Moselle and put it on the gun?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you use the gun that weekend or waited till the following weekend?
I'm not 100% sure if we used it that weekend or if it was the following weekend. I know we sighted it in that day that we bought the scope for it.
So that was the day when you were shooting off the railing beside the gun room?
Correct.
The day you bought the scope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and and it's possible you hunted with it that weekend, but if not, it was the following weekend.
Yes, sir.
And had you ever seen that gun again after that weekend or the following weekend, whichever it was?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. And would you be able to more accurately provide, know when it was? I think you said late March, early April. If you saw the receipt from the purchase?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I like that poll, CG. I'm going to do a version of that.
62.
Hang on just one second.
And ask you, first, do you recognize Paul's signature on that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
You know that to be his signature?
Yes, sir.
And does that reference the purchase of red dot scope and the mount?
Yes, it does.
And that's from Ace Hardware?
Yes, sir.
And were you there with Paul when he bought it?
I was.
Your Honor, we would introduce Exhibit 62 into evidence at this time.
A different one than the one you just handed him that you said.
It's the same one.
It's already in evidence, isn't it? It's just marked for identification, or is it in evidence already?
I'm moving in that evidence right now. Thank you. Will you tell the jury what the date of that is?
It is March the 6th.
Okay.
2021.
And Your Honor, I have a calendar here that says March 6, 2021 is a Saturday, and I would just like the court to take judicial notice that March 6, 2021 is a Saturday. No objection. Thank you. So knowing that it was purchased on March 6, 2021, a Saturday, does that help you reflect, remember when you last used the gun?
Yeah, so that was a Saturday, so we would have sighted it in that Saturday, and I do remember using the gun. It was the first week of turkey season because we were going turkey hunting the next morning, which would have been either March 20th or March 22nd. I can't remember what it was 2 years ago with the opening day of the season, so it would have been
everything resolves
3 weeks
around
after we sighted it in.
His memories revolve around opening dates of hunting seasons.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll take that back.
I don't like having two of Alex on the screen.
When was the last time you saw Paul in person?
It would have been the weekend previous, or 2 weekends previous to when everything happened. It was Memorial Weekend.
So you saw him Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see him?
We all stayed at the Edisto Beach House.
And when you say we all, who are you referring to?
Me, myself, and 3 or 4 other buddies, along with Alex, Maggie, and I believe that was it.
And did you spend a lot of time with Paul around his dad and mom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe Paul's relationship with his father?
It was an awesome relationship.
And what do you mean by awesome?
It just kind of seemed like Paul was the apple of his eye.
Okay.
Checking out the poll results now.
From your observation, can you tell the jury what you observed of Alex's relationship with Maggie?
I thought they had an awesome relationship as well, from everything that I could see. You know, they were always laughing and everybody got along. You know, nothing was out of the ordinary at all.
60% say that Rogan's
Maggie and
testimony
Alex open
changed
their
their
home up
position
to
on Alex. Those
Paul
who
and
answered.
Buster's friends?
I realize some people already felt
Yes,
he
they
was
did.
guilty.
How
I
many
imagine
people
the 60.
stayed at the Edisto Beach House that
All were
Memorial Day
more
weekend?
towards guilt.
I'm not
culpability.
100% positive, but at least 3 or 4 friends.
Okay, and where'd y'all stay?
All in the bedrooms. I think somebody might have been on the couch on the porch outside. Maybe the couch inside as well.
Okay. And was Buster there?
I believe Buster was there, but I'm not 100% sure.
And did he have any of his friends there?
Yet again, I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned that when you got a phone call from Paul's cousin, I believe, after midnight on June 7th, so early morning, June the 8th, you learned what happened, and your immediate reaction was to hightail it out of there?
Yes, sir.
And were you fearful for your safety?
At first I wasn't, and then I was calling back other friends, and people started telling me to get out of there, so then I started second guessing myself, and yeah, then I got out of there.
And when you left, I mean, did you even lock it up when you left?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as Exhibit 61, and it's a disc. And before you testify today, did you have an opportunity to view that very short video clip on the disc?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you? Are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, sir, they are my initials.
And is it a short video of the Memorial Day weekend when you were down at Edisto with Paul and your friends and Maggie and Alec?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it sort of a birthday celebration for Alec?
It was a birthday celebration for Alex.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce Exhibit 61 in evidence and play the video.
Submitted without objection.
You can see it on the screen next to my picture on that curved monitor. That's as close as we can see. Cue the emotion from Alex. Plug it in the sound. Might be loud here, guys. Looks like somebody carrying a birthday cake. Walking in past the camera. Into a room.
Can you just play it without the sound?
Yeah, I sure can.
We're just going to play it without the sound, but you've seen the video?
Yes, sir.
Are people singing happy birthday to Alec?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you, baby.
He does say baby in there. That could be a word that he used for his wife as a regular term of affection.
On the Wednesday after Paul and Maggie were murdered, you went to Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
With some friends of yours?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the friends of Paul's?
Yes, sir.
How many?
I think 3 of us went.
And how many other people were there, friends of Paul's?
There was a lot of friends of Paul's there.
More than 10?
On Wednesday, I don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of people were kind of trying to feel out the situation, so just like the closer friends went. But there was probably 10 or so of his friends there when I was there.
And what was Alex Murdaugh's demeanor on the Wednesday?
He was grieving, crying a lot. I think we all were.
I think you described that he just couldn't talk. You remember that happening?
Yeah, it was pretty hard to talk when, he came and grabbed me and two other guys, and we just kind of had a big hug, and it was pretty tough for him to make words.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Were you crying?
Yes, sir.
Everybody there crying?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Before you do that, go back to your video if you would, please. Can y'all turn that screen around for me, please?
Get another video here.
Still it at the very end, please. That video.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, baby.
Who's that guy in the green shirt? Do you know?
That's Chris Wilson.
Do you know Chris Wilson's relationship to Alec Wilson or Alex Murdaugh?
Yeah, I think they're best friends.
Best friends. Best friends should do each other right, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about when you found out about the murders and you talked to some people and then you kind of hightailed it out of your place, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you were scared or at least thinking about the possibility of some sort of harm, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because it was a shock for everyone, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
It stopped everything in its tracks, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And everybody was worried about this family and what was going on and what had happened, is that right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Anything else people were worried about went out the window. They were all focused on Alec at that moment, were they not, in themselves, is that correct?
I think they were focused on everybody that had anything to do with it.
Anything that had anything to do with this family, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Shown the Snapchat video. You were also asked about another Snapchat video that you saw the day of the murders.
Yes, sir.
And what was on that video?
It was a video of Alex and his son riding around looking at trees that had fallen over on the tractor or on the golf cart.
Was it a short clip?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now we get to see the other video. This is the same day, right?
I have State's Exhibit 306, which is a Snapchat video, I believe, in without projection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
Thank you. As soon as we get it flipped back over, I'm going to play that tree video. Okay. About what time do you recall receiving this video, to the best of your recollection?
It was later in the afternoon. I believe it was after I cooked dinner, so probably around 7 o'clock, sometime in there.
I'm going to try to keep Alec on the screen for this.
Is that the video you saw?
Yes, it is.
And that was on the afternoon or the evening of June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
That was short.
clothes that he was wearing, at least in that video you saw on the evening of June 7th, 2021?
Yeah, those are the clothes I saw in the video.
Long pants and a shirt?
Yep. Yes, sir.
And those particular shoes?
Yes, sir.
And you watched that video in real time when it came in from Paul's phone that evening, is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't know. I wonder if Buster will tell us.
You were asked about the relationship that you observed between Alec and Paul and Alec and Maggie, is that correct?
That is correct.
To your eye, it was a very good relationship, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was a good relationship in my point of view.
Did you know anything about Alec's finances?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about his law practice?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he gets his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he was spending his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about what his bank account balances were?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you know anything about
to
the
object.
debt that he was carrying? Do you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Did you know the specific things that were going on in the boat case the week that Paul and Maggie were murdered?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about civil discovery and how it can expose financial information?
No, sir.
Do you know anything at all about him being confronted on June 7th, 2021 about...
Object.
Hear the question.
Did you know anything about him being confronted on the morning of June 7th, 2021 about $792,000 of missing fees from his law firm?
Objection, Your Honor. It's totally improper.
Objection's overruled.
Did you know anything about that?
No, I did not.
Boom.
You know any of the facts of those things that I just asked you about?
No, sir.
Petty cash. A petty cash mistake.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down.
Yeah, they're allowing it in. I think there will be more. So we got some motive. No head nod.
Gentlemen, that's it for today. We'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so it right as it ends on a bang. Wow, yeah, or a boom. So we have motive right here at the end of the day. The jury gets to stew on that overnight. Defense suddenly looks a little deflated. There's Buster back there. I wonder what he's thinking right now. He's got his hands on his hips. I don't think he's pretty happy. I don't know what the lady in purple is wearing. It looks like a giant tube sock. I don't think it has sleeves. I've never seen quite the item like it.
This day, tomorrow morning, however, I will address the Rule 404 issue, particularly 404B that provides that evidence of other wrongs, crimes, or acts may be admissible to show motive and some other things. And we'll address that issue tomorrow morning, and as far as witness preparation or witness availability, particularly in light of my ruling with regard to the last question posed, trust that the state will be prepared to move forward with evidence that establishes facts by clear and convincing evidence.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And we'll be in recess till 9:30.
Okay, so what I just heard is you do not want to be late tomorrow morning. That decision could very well turn the tide of this case. Very, very important. More important than the fashion statement of the lady in purple behind Mr. Murdaugh. It may be a tablecloth, maybe a poncho, fancy cape, curtains, I'm not sure what, a body sock. It's an Afghan lampshade. It could be anything. Cape, a tube sock. Yeah, there's a lot of things it could be. I imagine it's warm. I'm not criticizing her for it. You see several people who have been in court at different times who aren't happy with the temperature. I think if you watch the thermostat behind the witness today, we started about 68. At the end of the day, it ended at 71. So it did get a little bit warmer towards the end of the day in there. But that doesn't mean that it's necessarily comfortable, depending on where the air is blowing in the room. Body sock. Oh, a shawl. Good stuff. Giant tube sock dresses in neon are big in South Carolina, according to Rowdy. She's the only one wearing one in the courtroom, I think. But let's get a little look at this, see if she'll stand up and model it for us. I think it's sort of cool. I might get one. Maybe we should get some merch. An RA body sock. Yeah, I'm not sure if there would be much demand for it there, but it's sort of, it has the feel of a poncho, but without the sleeves. Okay, so we've got a few things to talk about, actual serious stuff, other than than just what we're watching as far as fashion out of South Carolina. He was wearing long pants and a long sleeve shirt, right? Is that what I heard? When he was out with his son checking on the trees earlier in the day. That's what appeared in the video. We didn't see him in the video from, as we pan past the jury's chairs, no notes on the desk or on the chairs. We didn't see any footage of him on the dog kennel video, which is, I guess, to be expected. Okay, so let's see. Jensen verdict was in, Carl. We watched the very beginning of the stream. We watched that come in live. It came in right after lunch, and I don't want to spoil it for you, but it is in, and his resident status is not changing. I need a note to be off work tomorrow, Maureen. Just the morning. You don't want to miss the morning. The judge is going to rule on that evidence, and we might get everything. We might get everything. I know we're going to have some information about how much. I'm not sure if they're talking about all the financial crime information, or if they're going to be talking about how much of the hitman for hire suicide information that would be coming in. But that poncho is fabulous, Kelly. You're 100% right. She had her arms pulled inside her sweater. I owe Ivan a hoodie. I'm working on it, Ivan. The place I designed it with wants to charge a fortune for it, and I don't want to charge people a fortune for a hoodie. I think $50 is too much for a hoodie. That's just me. I mean, if you want to pay that, that's cool, but I'd rather find you a good hoodie at a cheaper cost. That's a massive end to proceedings to the jury to have a long time to think about that end. Seriously, they've had a couple really impactful things, John. The first Rogan, the first friend who testified, Paul's friend who testified, that was the way he testified, the way how truthful he was, the way how you just want to adopt him as your own kid, which is basically what he testified that the Murdaughs did. They were like his second family. He had nicknames for everybody, not just the immediate family members, but the extended family as well. He practically lived there. He was at home with them all the time. There's Mr. Murdaugh going back to his hotel. Not hotel. I was just joking. But yeah, he comes across as so believable. There's so much that you just want to just say everything he's saying is true. And then for having him identify the voice on that video as Alec, as being right there in the kennels right before the murders, that was important. And it was great to have the second friend testify the same thing. You've got two close friends who knew the family well. I think the first one was definitely more impactful for me. But great. Somebody said there's a Sarah Boone update. Who was asking about the Sarah Boone update? Are you talking about the paperwork for what is it? The request for the court to pay for like $10,000 for some expert of some sort. Is that the one you want to talk about? Chris Wilson, who is he? We haven't been formally introduced to Chris Wilson yet, and neither has the jury. Why is Chris Wilson important? This is going to tie in, I think, with the financial crimes issue. Lindsay says it's pretty hilarious they played that birthday video, not realizing it opened the door for Chris Wilson. This is going to be good. Like from Castaway, different Wilson altogether. It was a little bit of a mic drop moment. I can get you one, Ivan. I can put it up for you. I just don't want to list it up for sale for everybody until I can get one that I feel good about the price as well as the quality. Let's see. Wilson, best friend of Alex, now on a couple of the suits for financial crimes against Alex. Did he notice Alex was handcuffed when he got in the van? Yes, he was. He was actually handcuffed in the court. He was carrying all his paperwork while he was handcuffed. Who is the guy who may outdo DB? Windburn. His name is Windburn. Okay. Looking to see who else had a question here. Who had the question about Sarah Boone? Because I don't think she has too much happening right now. Let me I'll check the Orange County courthouse here really quickly. I should have her case number memorized. I think it's 2020 CF 002-603A0. Isn't that right? I searched for it enough. I was just kidding. I'm reading that off the screen. Because I'm not that crazy. Let's see. There's Sarah Boone with Judge Wooten. She had a hearing coming on Friday, says Born a Hawkeye. The hearing I show, she's got one on 4/10. That's the trial. She's got one on March 28th. That's pre-trial. And she has one on February 10th. That's a status hearing. As well as February 2nd is a status hearing. So she has two. One in 2 days and one a week later. The notice of hearing was given March 31st. So that was just yesterday. That one says, please take notice the court has rescheduled status hearing for Friday, February 10th. So I think the one that's going to happen this Friday is canceled. I think that's what will happen. It'll probably fall off tomorrow. Please govern yourself accordingly. So that was, I think the status hearing for Friday is canceled and will be moved to the 10th. That's the update. Myra says, you mentioned you were going to discuss the point of guns being shot every place that Lindsay mentioned. Yes, that was great. Lindsay was on top of this as well. Thanks for the information. We found during the long boring part, while they were listing all the bullet casings and the shells they found all over the place, part of what they listed was, you're welcome, Born a Hawkeye. Part of what they listed was that they found some weathered shells that had been fired, some casings that were Blackhawk casing, 300 blackout casings, right outside the door of that gunroom. And that matched up to the testimony we heard today. Sorry, I'm showing you the wrong thing. That matched up to the testimony we heard today with the second friend, whose name just escaped me, testifying that they sighted in this gun with a red dot sight right outside the door. They opened the door and they shot some rounds off just to test it, sighting the rifle in. We're going to hear testimony later on about how all these casings were tested to see if they were fired from the same gun. And what we may hear, and I think what would be most impactful, is if we hear that the markings on these casings match up the markings on the casings that were found at the murder scene, but do not match up with the Blackhawk, the 300 blackout rifle that's currently recovered, the one that's in the courtroom. So they're basically saying the gun matched up. What was there, it basically puts it, it's saying it was one of their guns. It was that gun that's missing, that tan gun. I think that's the gist of it. But anyway, if the markings match up at the scene with one of the guns, that will be important. It doesn't prove he did it, but it's drawing more and more connections. I just keep waiting, hoping that certain information will get in. And when I see an opportunity for it to come in, I get excited. Great day today. Yeah, seriously, it's gonna be good. We'll see where this goes tomorrow. Are they allowing the young people involved in a boat crash to testify? I don't know. I don't think they'll get in that much. That's just the fact that it's there, I think, is about as far as we're going into the boat crash information, unless there's like a settlement amount or something the amount he's being sued for. I don't think you're actually going to hear testimony about the boat crash itself, because that's really not as relevant. Ann says, have to go out in the morning. We'll catch up when we get back tomorrow. You might miss some great decisions by the judge first thing in the morning. Murdaugh tried to hire a 2-bit hitman, and it backfired. Go for a well-made hoodie, at least 80% cotton. Proving you get what you pay for. Okay, at least 80% cotton. Any other recommendations as far as the build, or is there a brand of hoodie that you guys would like me to just sort of source? Yes, he was wearing long pants in the video, and in the video we saw of him in the police cruiser the night of the murder, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. So there's a change of clothes involved at some point. That doesn't mean he's guilty. That's just one more little piece to the puzzle. We're trying to assemble all the facts. Alex had everything. Even if he's found not guilty in this case, he's still got the fraud thing going. He has lost everything. I think he's made some decisions in life that really have limited his future possibilities. Citing the rifle, Rogan was very impactful. Favorite witness so far, for sure, by me. But for me. Josh Frick asked about Sarah Boone. Thank you, Josh, for the question. Hopefully that answers the question about the hearing. I believe the hearing for February 3rd will show up canceled tomorrow on the docket events. I don't think that's going to go through. It seems weird that they'd have a status hearing a week apart when they haven't had the first one yet. Those were the clothes that he was wearing on the evening of June 7th. Yes, those are the clothes I saw in the video. Question, long pants and a shirt? Yep, yes, sir. Right. Sadaid? I'm not sure I'm saying that right at all. Yes, that was the testimony we got from the second friend who received that video of Alex and Paul out looking at trees on the property. Okay, where was number 8 and number 11 on that schematic you showed? Recovery addict. 2 were missing. Were those casings 8 and 11? Let me pull it up one more time here for you. I've got to bring it up full screen. I'm going to take your picture off this, or your. You want 8 and 11. Okay, we might go back and watch the video as well, the laser scan video. If you give me just a minute. Here we go. Okay, 8 and 11. I see 9 and 10. 12. Okay, 8 is inside the brown building, the larger brown building, just below the doghouse and to the right. That's 8. I'm not seeing 11 on here. I can see a 12, unless it's like under the 5 or something. I don't see them. See where it's at. Markers 11. Oh, there you go. Look at the legend. Marker 11 is NA, not used. So the police officer probably lost that marker. It's not in the set anymore. He lost the piece. So he has an incomplete tent kit for evidence markers. That's sort of funny. So 8 was tire impressions. So marker 1, let's go through these. Inside the storage room, this is where Buster's body was found, just partially into the storage room. We have a shot shell wad. We have cartridge cases, are 2 through 7, and those are found out in the open for the most part. Next to Maggie's body, 2, 5, 6, 3, 4, 7. I think 7 might be underneath Maggie's body. Tire impressions were 8. Markers 9 and 10 were the shot shells, and those are both found in the storage room. So
you are all the best. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate you. You're amazing. Good to have you here. Hope you have a great day. Glad you got to go to the dump today and have the highlight of your day. We'll see, man. Marker 11 is not used. Marker 12 is suspected biological material, and that is right there by Maggie's head. If you continue beyond where her head is, that's where that one falls. And then marker 13 is a bullet strike in gravel, and that's between the two buildings, just outside of where Paul was found and the other building. Okay, let's see if we can bring this other video pulled up here. Let me bring this back. Now that we've got this diagram in our head, and the storage room, the kennels are down below the storage room. Okay, there's a doghouse, there's kennels, there's the big red building, the tan building on this is the airplane hangar. So we're gonna, give me just a second to get everything pulled up on my end as I swap cables again, because 8 inputs is not enough for some reason. Okay, let's see. Okay, give me just 1 minute here to pull up video 6, and we'll restart that. Okay, so we're looking down. This is where Maggie's body would be. Well, let's see. That's the airplane hangar, but I think we're on the, this is the side that Maggie's body was found. Right there. That's my understanding. And over in the background, behind that wall, those are the dog kennels, and the door open on the right-hand side, all the way through that carport area. There's the doghouse. So Maggie's body is still to the right of where we are. We're looking inside the overhang. We've got little bird pens. I think they keep quail or something in there. All right. We come back out. So Maggie's body is going to be between the doghouse and the end of this carport in the grassy area. So right here, sort of where that light colored grass is. That's roughly where it would have been. And then Paul's body is going to be visible from there. We'll go through the carport here just for a minute, and it's going to fly us around. Yeah, if I said Buster's body, I apologize. Paul's body would have been right there, coming out of that door. That's the feed room. And the shotgun blasts, or the shotgun shells, were located inside that room. Man. Crazy. On the sweatshirts, soft and cozy. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Kelly. Thanks for being here. I don't think they were shooting trees. No, they were looking at some that needed to be replanted. They had planted a bunch, and some had, I guess, either blown over or had not stayed straight. It is not to scale, and we can see that now with the drawing and where everything was. We're gonna just let it play here in the background. I need the 3-port switcher expander so I can go to 11. I've got a 4-port and a 8-port, but I need more. Can I add a PCI card? I'm installing a USB 3.2 Gen 2 soon, a switch, and you are good to go. I'm running this actually off hardware, Richard. So the ports are actually on a dedicated switcher. So it's an 8-port switcher. Let me show you what we've got here. So Richard, this is my switcher right here. It has on the back, it has 8 different inputs for HDMI and 2 HDMI outputs. I also have dual audio inputs, dual USB-C outputs, Ethernet in, power. I've got all that, headphone out. You can see the shell casings in the other link I sent you, says Vixen. Let me look at that one, Amber. Just 1 second. I might have to scroll through this one. The other link you sent me is... it'll take some digging to find those ones. That's the Court TV archive of all the photos. Can you find the Snapchat form from where he's wearing different clothes? Is it out yet? I haven't seen it yet. Let me take a quick look on Twitter. It should be out pretty soon because it shouldn't be sealed. Let's see. We've got the dog. I'm not seeing a Not seen anything after the dog just yet. If anyone's seen the Snapchat link, that really short one, it's like 2 seconds long. Let me know. Shoot it to me on the burner phone. I'll pull it up. Thank you, Abby. Once again, your hard work as well. It's not easy being a mod, and you're doing a great job at it. Stephen Lee's here. Stephen, you're amazing. I'm so glad we caught you. Stephen Lee is actually the artiste behind one of the prime pictures we use on the stream. He's the one that designed this image right there, which we're trying to get on a hoodie for Ivan. So we'll make that happen. Anyway, let's see. Stephen, good to have you here. Hope things are going well. We've missed you the last couple days. Richard, I sent a crazy video. Richard, it actually locks up my phone. I have to, every time I try to open that, it crashes my phone. Lady Writer, parents will come home soon. Got to clean my room. Have a good night. Thanks for the great day. Lady Writer, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. If the hog doesn't fit, you must have quit. How are you still alive? I was here like 3 hours before PT and shopping. Bill, we do this all day, every day. Thank you all for being here, though. I think we've covered all we need to. We're going to have a huge day tomorrow, huge day with a major decision that the judge is going to make regarding the admissible evidence and the financial, the other acts, basically, whether or not that comes in or not. We're making RT. We're overtime. We are overtime, big time. I've actually got something I need to go to in less than an hour, and I've got to be all dressed up and looking pretty. And so I've got some work to do. Thank you all. You guys are absolutely incredible and amazing. This is the best place on the internet to watch anything true crime related, and it's because of you. But so I really appreciate that. Send it an email. Thank you. That'll work. Yeah, Richard, I'm not sure. This is the second time you've sent me something that crashes the phone, and I don't know why. I think it was just a YouTube link, so it doesn't make sense. But for all of you that are here who have endured just some crazy stuff today and sat through just amazing moments that we were all waiting for, thank you very much. I appreciate everyone. All those who have become members, who have just visited, those who are lurking, anyone who just pops in and chat, to all those who gifted memberships today, thank you. To the great mods we have that make this channel such a fun and safe place to really come and hang out with friends. You have my undying gratitude. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome, good people. We'll be back on tomorrow, at 9 o'clock in the morning for the exciting announcement from the courtroom about whether those prior acts are going to be admitted or how much will. It might be a partial. We might not get everything we want, but I think we're going to get some, the way the judges ruled already. So that's just a little teaser, and that should open the doors wide open. I'd love to see Alex's response to that. Anyway, please, tonight when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till I go live again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll go ahead and pop the placeholder in place here sometime tonight. It makes it hard to determine who is the winner of the internet, because the first person in chat wins the internet every day. So we're going to give that a try, though. I'll get that set up. You guys are amazing. Have a great night. Stay safe. Go buy some spicy maple bourbon pickles. If you have not, you will not regret it. And we'll leave on that. Thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you.